May I request all of you to be seated for invocation of God's blessings. May I now invite the dignitaries to come over to the dais. A word of hearty welcome is the sweetest of all things in life. A smile that radiates love to all the people around makes everyone happy. May I now invite Dr. Imani Abdullah, Head and Associate Professor of History, St. Mary's College Autonomous Thoothukudi, to deliver the welcome address.
A very good morning to each and one of you gathered here. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Parvati Menon, our Principal, Reverend Sister Dr. Jessie Fernando, our Deputy Principal, Reverend Sister Dr. Kulande Therese, Directors of Self-Supporting Courses, Reverend Sister Josephine Jairani, faculty members, and my dear students. I extend a very warm welcome to this seminar on role of women in enculturation trajectories. It's a moment of pleasure to introduce the chief guest, Dr. Parvati Menon, Assistant Professor of History, All Saints College, Thiruvananthapuram. Ma'am was the best outgoing student in the year in 1992 from Lady Dock College, Madurai, where she did her post-graduation bagging the GM Thalaivar Memorial Prize. She has held the post of Dean of Student Affairs, Staff Secretary, Staff Advisor, etc. Her areas of interest include etymology, gender studies, human rights, constitutional history, and musicality of history. She had authored books and contributed articles in national and international publications. She was awarded the Outstanding Scholar and Educator Award and a distinguished women educator and scholar award in the field of history and women's studies. She has been the resource person for many national seminars, conferences, faculty development programs, and coordinated international conferences on diverse themes. Ma'am is also a musician and a B grade artist in live music and has given musical performances in All India Radio and many stage programs. She has a YouTube channel, Saranga. It's a pleasure to have such a multifaceted person among us, and indeed, I'm most privileged to extend a hearty welcome to you, ma'am. Next, I welcome the moving forces behind us, our principal, our vice principal, and directors of self-supporting courses. A hearty welcome to you, dear sister. Then I welcome the faculty members and my dear students. I ensure that this seminar will be a profitable and fruitful one for every one of you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Really, it was a kind and heartwarming welcome. Welcoming is the noblest act of any function. By welcoming, we make the person feel at home amidst us. May I request your principal, Reverend Sister Dr. Jessie Fernando, to honor our resource person with a memento. Thank you, sister. At the outset, it is my privilege to invite our beloved principal, Reverend Sister Dr. Jessie Fernando, for presidential address.
So most respected dignitaries on the dais, dear keynote speaker, Dr. Parvati Menon, Professor of History from the All Saints College, Thiruvananthapuram, dear faculty members, and dear students. Today, I want to talk to you about the important role that women play in shaping the cultural values and beliefs of society. Enculturation trajectories refer to the process by which individuals learn and adopt the norms, cultures, customs, and traditions. Women are often at the forefront of this process, as they are typically the primary caregivers and educators in many societies. From a young age, women are responsible for teaching children about their cultural heritage, passing down traditions, and instilling values that are important to the community. They play a crucial role in shaping the identity of future generations and ensuring that cultural practices are preserved and passed on. Women also play a significant role in challenging and reshaping cultural norms and traditions. Through their actions and advocacy, women can push for social change and promote equality and justice within their communities. They can challenge outdated beliefs and practices and work towards creating a more inclusive and progressive society. Furthermore, women's participation in various social, educational, and community activities influences the broader enculturation process. Their involvement in religious ceremonies, educational institutions, community events, and cultural celebrations helps reinforce cultural practices, and identity. Additionally, women often serve as guardians of cultural heritage, preserving and passing down traditional knowledge, oral histories, and artisanal skills. Their contributions to the preservation and promotion of cultural practices are vital for maintaining cultural continuity and fostering a sense of identity and belonging within communities. In conclusion, women are essential in shaping the enculturation trajectories of society. It is important to recognize and celebrate the contributions of women in this process and to support their efforts in creating more inclusive and equitable society for all. I thank and appreciate the faculty members of PG and Research Department of History for choosing such a wonderful topic for discussion. Hope all of you will be really enriched about the importance of women's contribution to cultural formation. Wish you all the best. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. We are delighted to have an eminent and intellectual person to enlighten the student community with a message. Dr. Parvati Menon, Assistant Professor of History, All Saints College, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, who has an uncanny ability to win the hearts of everyone. She meets a pleasant demeanor. Now I hand over the session to our keynote speaker, Dr. Parvati Menon.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Sister Principal, Reverend Sister Principal, Reverend Sister Vice Principal, Reverend Sister Director, Dr. Balvi, Head of the PG Research Department of History, all the faculty members, faculty from other institutions, and my dear children. So it's a real honor for me to be standing here to deliver the keynote address at this national seminar. And this is like homecoming for me because I hail from an institution similar to yours. I come from All Saints College, Trivandrum. The college has a mission of socially uplifting the students from the weaker sections of the society. So our college is also situated near the seashore. So it's just like coming to my own campus. And I've been teaching there for the last 15 years. And it's so nice to see all of you ready to be a part of this wonderful national seminar. And I borrow the words of Reverend Sister Principal. I congratulate the Department of History for having organized a seminar which has enabled me to come here and speak to you, which is more important. And thank you for the warm hospitality. Also, I have a person from my hometown, Dr. Anuja. I know her before also. So let me begin my lecture. And the topic I've decided to speak on is Shifting Tides, the unfolding story of gender dynamics. And I'm so happy to see boys also in the audience because speaking to an audience of only girls is what I can say is it's not important. When you speak on this gender dynamics, boys should also be here and they should understand the importance of this topic. I was supposed to, I've been asked to do this lecture in a bilingual way so that students can easily understand the important aspects. So I did my graduation in Coimbatore and later on went to do my PG in Lady Lok Madurai. And so I know a little bit of Tamil, but I've been out of touch for the last 29 years since marriage. I'm in Trivandrum. But then this is a good opportunity for me to revive my Tamil speaking skills, isn't it? So I would like to ask you about gender. And just something about gender I would like to tell you. So gender is actually a belief or it is a norm as to how men and women should behave in society. So gender refers to the roles which have been given by the society. So society வந்து நம்ம கிட்ட இந்த ரோல்ஸ் பண்ணணும்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இந்த மாதிரி பிஹேவ் பண்ணணும், இந்த மாதிரி தான் நடக்கணும், இந்த மாதிரி தான் ஓடணும், இந்த மாதிரி தான் ஆக்ட் பண்ணணும். ஸோ மென்னுக்கு ஒரு மாதிரியான பிஹேவியர்ஸ் கொடுக்குறாங்க, விமனுக்கு வந்து இன்னும் வேற மாதிரி கொடுக்குறாங்க. ஸோ இதுதான் ஜெண்டர். So men and women are given different responsibilities. They are given different roles. For example, women they may be seen to be very caring, very nurturing. On the other hand, men நம்ம society they are considered to be naturally logical, more rational. So இதனால என்ன ஆகுது? Women are considered to be suited to jobs like nursing and teaching. I'm not saying that teaching is a bad job, but it is of course a well-paid and a well-respected job. But then traditional women, they've been doing jobs like nursing, teaching, etc. Whereas men, ஒரு belief in the society, men will only become or men will only make good scientists, engineers, etc. So the behaviors that are associated with masculinity and femininity, இந்த பிஹேவியர் பேட்டர்ன் மாறிட்டு இருக்கும். இப்ப இந்தியால இருக்கிற பேட்டர்ன் இல்ல யுஎஸ்ல. சோ அது மட்டும் இல்ல, ஹிஸ்டரியில நம்ம பார்க்கணும்னா ஒரு 20 years முன்னாடி men women behave பண்ணது it is different from how they are behaving now. So gender dynamics is actually the relationships and interactions between men and women based on gender. Yes. So it refers to the relationship between boys, girls, men, women, etc. So depending on how they are manifested, gender dynamics it can challenge the existing beliefs. So gender it defines the power, privileges and possibilities. நம்ம சொசைட்டில எல்லாருக்குமே ஒரே மாதிரியான பவர் கிடையாது. Some people have more power, some people have more privileges, some people have more possibilities. So இந்த ஒரு aspect தான் gender dynamicsல இருக்கு. So this affects, is it correct? Some people having more power, some people having more privileges, some people having more possibilities. So this affects the gender equality. It affects our progress towards equality, isn't it? It's always discriminatory. So gender dynamics refers to the changes, of course, male, female, boy, girl. What is happening in the 21st century is a very drastic revolutionary gender dynamics. Because the world இந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு gender dynamics இதுவரைக்கும் experience பண்ணது கிடையாது. What is this drastic change in gender dynamics in the 21st century? Complex set of relationships. The perceptions are changed. The bodies are changing. The attitudes are changing. So there's a great transformative change in the field of gender dynamics. Drastic changes in relationship between men and women. So that is what is gender dynamics all about. So gender dynamics involves many aspects. அதுல ஒண்ணு which boys also should understand, sitting at the back, I hope you are listening, gender role. So gender dynamics involves gender role. Gender role என்ன? சொசைட்டி நம்ம கிட்ட இருந்து நிறைய திங்ஸ் எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க இல்லையா? மேல்னா இந்த மாதிரி நடக்கணும், ஃபீமேல்னா இந்த மாதிரி இருக்கணும். ஸோ ட்ரெடிஷ்னல் ஜெண்டர் ரோல்ஸ் நம்ம கிட்ட டிக்டேட் பண்ணும், இப்படிதான் பண்ணணும், இப்படிதான் பண்ணணும், அப்படி பண்ணக்கூடாது. ஸோ we have to do certain activities based on our gender. For example, men should not cry. அவங்க cry பண்ணியாச்சுன்னா போச்சு. மென்னுக்கு அழக்கூடாது. Even though they become very emotional, they cannot do. அது மாதிரி விமன் ஸ்ட்ராங்கா பேசக்கூடாது. விமன் சாஃப்ட் ஸ்போக்கனா இருக்கணும். So these are all gender roles and Such things are changing now slowly. The second aspect of gender dynamics is gender identity. So, what is gender identity? This refers to an individual's internal sense of their own gender. இப்போ வந்து ஒரு இண்டிவிஜுவலுக்கு வந்து ஒரு ஜெண்டர் ஐடென்டிட்டி இருக்கு. அது வந்து அவங்க செக்ஸ்மா வந்து வாட் இஸ் த டிஃபரன்ஸ் பிட்வீன் செக்ஸ் அண்ட் ஜெண்டர்? செக்ஸ் வந்து பயாலஜிக்கலா வந்து நம்ம கிட்ட இருக்கிற ஃபீச்சர்ஸ். ஒரு பாய்னா எப்படி இருக்கும், கேர்ள்னா எப்படி இருக்கும். பட் ஜெண்டர் வந்து இட்ஸ் நாட் த பயாலஜிக்கல் ஃபீச்சர்ஸ். இட் இஸ் த features which we need to do according to the society's wishes. நம்ம விஷ் கிடையாது, சொசைட்டி தான் நம்ம கிட்ட இருந்து இப்படி பண்ணணும் அப்படி பண்ணணும் சொல்றது. So a man may be, a person may be born as a man. ஒரு மேனா வந்து he is born, but then he will identify himself as a female. Same cases with a female also. A female may be born as a female, but then she will identify herself as a man. So this is gender identity. In some circumstances, don't you feel like raising your voice and behaving like a man? Certain when you see some atrocities. Yeah. But then we restrict ourselves. Why do we restrict ourselves? Because we are scared. What will people think? இல்லையா? நம்ம லைஃப் பூரா வந்து அப்படிதான் நம்ம வாழ்ந்துட்டு இருக்கோம். பயம் இல்லையா? எப்படி மத்தவங்க எப்படி நம்மள பத்தி நினைப்பாங்க. So that should be, it's high time we give up all that. Third aspect on the power imbalances. See, power imbalance நிறைய இருக்கு இப்போ. Because certain genders will have more political, social, economic power than others. I'm not talking about men having more power. இல்ல, நிறைய இடத்துல வந்து it's vice versa also. So இந்த மாதிரி power imbalance வந்து it leads to discrimination, it leads to inequalities. And our move towards gender equality is affected. Fourth aspect is socialization. What is meant by socialization? Socialization. சின்ன வயசுல இருந்து individuals are socialized. Expectations நிறைய இருக்கு. யார் யாரெல்லாம் நம்ம socializing agents, நம்ம character mold பண்றது? First வந்து parents, இல்லையா? அப்புறம் friends, then teachers, அப்புறம் media, television, even religion plays a very important role. Certain religious norms and beliefs change socialize you in different way. And also, so all these agents like the parents, the teachers, the friends, they strengthen your gender roles throughout your life. So this process will reinforce traditional gender roles. And it will influence how people understand themselves and how they understand others. So, நம்ம parents ஓட role என்ன? Suppose a person is raised, இப்ப நம்ம வந்து ஒரு ரொம்ப கன்சர்வேட்டிவான ட்ரெடிஷனலான ஒரு வீட்ல இருந்து வரோம். சோ நமக்கு வந்து ட்ரெடிஷனலா இருக்கிற ஜெண்டர் ரோல்ஸ் இருக்கும். நம்ம வந்து அடக்கொடுக்குமா இருக்கணும், ஹாஃப் சாரி போட்டுக்கணும், சுடிதார் போட்டுக்கணும், 6 மணிக்குள்ள வீட்டுக்கு வந்துடும், அந்த மாதிரி எல்லாம். But if some parents are having liberal and unconventional attitudes or gender roles, they would impart modern gender views on the children. For example, you find that 20 years munadi, only girls were allowed to help their mothers in the household work, இல்லையா, கிச்சன்ல எல்லாம் வந்து. பட் இப்போ வந்து boys are also helping by washing vessels, cleaning the house, etc. Because the roles are changing. Because அந்த மாதிரி ஹெல்ப் பண்ற ஒரு பாய் தான் ஃபியூச்சர்ல வந்து will be able to understand his wife. If we are not making the boys in the homes understand the responsibilities that in a family a boy should do, and the boy வந்து he will be a very bad husband also to his wife, இல்லையா? So அந்த மாதிரி parents, even now I find that some parents don't allow the boys to do work, help, but that's very wrong. Friends also influence us. நம்ம வந்து we are surrounded by friends. இந்த ஒரு ஏஜ்ல I know that you are not close with your parents, you're close with your friends, and you share everything with people who are close to you, and that is also a socializing process. What are the media? மீடியா வந்து இட்ஸ் a huge influence. நம்ம பேரண்ட்ஸ் டீச்சர்ஸ் யாருமே வந்து கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ண முடியாது மீடியா. ஸோ டிபெண்டிங் ஆன் what the child is exposed to. இப்போ how did we get so much close to the media, especially during the COVID time? Everybody got a mobile. ஸோ அதுல நம்ம மூவி பார்க்கிறோம், பாட்டு கேட்கிறோம் இல்லையா? ஸோ we are exposed to so many things which we were not exposed to. So traditional gender roles வந்து மாறிட்டு இருக்கு. So girls have started to think, boys have also started to understand the needs and aspirations of their fellow mates, etc. So by understanding all these influences in society, people change the gender roles. அப்புறம் இன்னொரு ஆஸ்பெக்ட் வந்து intersectionality. What is intersectionality? Gender dynamics crisscrosses with aspects of identity. Like race இருக்கு, நம்ம வந்து ஒரு செக்ஸ், அந்த மாதிரி செக்ஸ் ஓரியன்டேஷன், இதெல்லாம் வந்து intersectionality recognizes that individuals will face challenges based on all these race, sex, religion, etc. Next, and the very important thing is the changing attitudes in society. நம்ம சொசைட்டியே வந்து மாறிட்டு இருக்கு. Society is changing its attitude towards gender roles. Expectations are changing. எப்படி? Promoting rights of all genders. LGBTQ, you know, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and இவங்க எல்லாமே சேர்ந்து வர்ற ஒரு umbrella term is queer. So LGBTQ rights are now being promoted. To be very frank, maybe 7, 8 years back, I was also not very comfortable while dealing with the transgender, because we have an apprehension towards them, isn't it? But you know that they have suffered a lot, especially historically. I don't want to talk about the historical evolution of the transgenders, but earlier they were held in high respect in society, especially during the Mughal period and all. But then with the coming of the colonial power, they were considered as criminals and many laws were imposed on them, which made them take up bad jobs, like they were forced to do prostitution and all. But now things are changing. Many legal reforms have come for protecting their rights. And all these people, including the physically challenged, blind or crippled, they all need, they don't need our sympathy, in fact. They need us to recognize them as individuals. Everybody has the right to live in this society. Plants, animals, depressed classes, everybody, transgenders, they all are equal in the society, and we need to understand their aspirations and expectations. So society is changing. So if we are talking about gender equality, we need to understand and we need to promote the rights of all genders in the society, not only male and the female. The next is the workplace gender dynamics. So gender dynamics is evident in the workplace. நம்ம ஒர்க் பண்ற இடங்கள்ல இங்க வந்து நிறைய challenges இருக்கு. Discrimination in the salary. அப்புறம் வந்து அண்டர் ரெப்ரசன்டேஷன் ஆஃப் விமன். விமன் வந்து எல்லா இடத்துலயுமே இருக்காங்க இப்போ. But are they coming to the leadership position? மென் இருக்கிற இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன்ஸ்ல வந்து அவங்க வந்து லீடர்ஷிப் பொசிஷன்ல வராங்களா? Very rarely. And also workplace harassment நிறைய இருக்கு. So all these reflect the challenges towards gender equality. Next, I would like to speak to you about the media representation. Media plays a very crucial role. I already told that. Media can positively and negatively influence the traditional gender dynamics. For example, in TV serials, Kerala and it's it's a very tough situation. TV serials where students and the elderly people are exposed to show the dominating mother-in-law who's always the troublemaker, and the daughter-in-law will be very passive. So our generation is learning. So the media is actually something. The media has a great social responsibility. People, all the illiterates, they don't know how to read the newspaper. They don't read books. அவங்களுக்கு வந்து டக்குன்னு ரெஜிஸ்டர் ஆகுறது என்ன? What they watch in the television, இல்லையா? சினிமால பாக்குறது, televisionல பாக்குறது. So media plays a very important role in challenging the gender dynamics. So addressing and understanding gender dynamics evolves, promoting gender equality, challenging stereotypes, and creating inclusive environment, as sister said, which allows individual to express their gender identity freely. நம்ம ஃப்ரீயா வந்து நம்ம ஐடென்டிட்டியை எக்ஸ்போஸ் பண்ணணும். But more efforts are needed. For example, advertisementல என்ன பார்க்கிறோம் நம்ம? We find women always, even Madhuri Dixit, the great actress, she's cooking, she's making Maggie in the kitchen. இல்லையா? Husband வந்து he's sitting at the dining table with the children and she's going and serving food. And what about working women? Even the working women, they are expected to work in the kitchen, but slowly these are changing. Changing means change should come from the media mainly, you know. So the positive change should come where even the other day I saw an advertisement where a man was bottle feeding the child. That is a good positive step, isn't it? So so more efforts are needed for the just and equitable society. So gender dynamics concerning women have been transformed or influenced by the changes in society. A lot of movements are taking place, a lot of developments are taking place in the 21st century. So we need to explore issues like women's empowerment, changing roles, and overall progress towards a more fair and just society. So there are a lot of changes taking place. Let's discuss that. நிறைய சேஞ்சஸ் வந்து இந்த ஜெண்டர் டைனாமிக்ஸ் லேண்ட்ஸ்கேப்ல வந்துட்டு இருக்கு. அதுல ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் ஆனது உங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் தெரியும், விமன் எம்பவர்மெண்ட் ஆர் விமென்ஸ் எம்பவர்மெண்ட். ஸோ தேர் இஸ் அ க்ரோவிங் எம்பசிஸ் ஆன் empowering women. நீங்க எல்லாம் empowered women? Are you all empowered women? Yes or no? Say strongly. You are empowered because you are educated, isn't it? So women should be empowered. Not, they have to be empowered economically, socially, and politically. So there are a lot of efforts now they are taking place to see that women have equal opportunities regarding education, employment, leadership positions, etc. What about the career opportunities for women? Women's access to education has increased tremendously, and we find இப்போ இருக்கிற women, they are entering higher education. இப்போ ஒரு டிகிரியோட they are not stopping. முதல்ல வந்து ஒரு degree was needed for a woman to fetch a good husband in the marriage market. இல்லையா? ஒரு டிகிரி இருக்கு, that's enough. Our parents and grandparents, நான் அது உங்க பேரண்டோட லெவல் இருக்கு. Our grandparents also, I don't think many of them would have even completed a degree. But now a lot of women are going for higher education. So this has contributed to women, the more inclusive and diverse workforce. இன்னொரு டிஃபரன்ஸ் இப்போ நம்ம விமன் கரியர் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் பாக்குறது என்னன்னா, women are more involved in STEM. I was just talking to sister in the morning. STEM is science, technology, engineering, maths. So these fields ரொம்ப வந்து நம்ம டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ற ஃபீல்டு. ஏன்னா வந்து historically women have been underrepresented. Okay, ஒரு BA English or BA history படிக்கிறோம், but how many are going for higher studies in maths? How many are going for higher studies in science? As scientists, isn't it? So very few are going. So progress has been made in the recent years. You find, I'm proud to say that the missile woman of India, Mrs. Tessie Abraham, she hails from Kerala. And then also we need to work a lot. So we have to think, not that other people will tell us, work, you study more. No, it should come from within, isn't it? Also political representation. So there's a push now in political representation. There's an increase in the number of women in politics. I'm so proud that we had a chief minister in Tamil Nadu, Jayalalitha. But in a highly literate state like Kerala, even though there were very brilliant women who could have become chief ministers, they were not allowed to. There was one Gauri Amma, but then they were restricted because of the gender inequality itself. So women are not equally represented. And there is an increase, but slowly there is an increase in women holding political offices and they are fighting for their rights. And hopefully, with the new reservation bill, which is now being approved by the Lok Sabha also, the 33% reservation bill, which was initiated so many years back, no, that is now coming into yeah, it is now being implemented. Hopefully, it will come so that more and more women are represented in politics. Most important aspect in gender dynamics is the technology and connectivity. So the 21st century, as you all know, has seen great advancements in the field of technology. So this has led to great connectivity and access to information. Women are now accessible. They get access to online portals. People, we have portals like Swayam and all where we can access, we can get free certificate courses. So women can participate in online activities thanks to COVID. COVID வந்தபோது என்ன, even someone like me who was not very very tech savvy, I was able to, or I was forced to learn the techniques of internet and start a classroom, upload notes. So that has made women very strong. Technology once upon a time was a private possession of the male. Men மட்டும்தான் technology use பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தாங்க, but now times have changed. Many institutions and cooperative offices now have more women than men. Yeah, women have mastered technology. இப்போ மொபைல் போன்ஸ் இருக்கிறதுனால உங்களுக்கு அதோட டெக்னிக்ஸ் நல்லா தெரியும்ல. எங்களை எல்லாம் விட ஐ திங்க் த சில்ட்ரன் ஆர் மோர் சாவி இல்லையா, அவங்களுக்கு நல்லா தெரியும் எப்படி யூஸ் பண்றது, எப்படி search பண்றது, fine, all those things. So women have now mastered technology, and through technological process, women are now conquering new spaces. They're conquering administrative spaces, they're conquering cooperative spaces, they're conquering tech spaces. So the role of women now determines the social relations. Also, now in the excuse me, the landscape of gender dynamics, we find that the changes happening in the family structures. As I told you now, the boys are also helping in the household responsibilities, the sharing of that. And the concept of the nuclear family is now changing slowly. Nuclear family தெரியும்ல, அப்பா அம்மா குழந்தைங்க மட்டும்தான் இருக்கு. So அப்போ there is more sharing of domestic responsibilities and work in the homes. Another crucial aspect is the gender pay gap. See, even though there is a lot of progress made, the gender pay gap it's a very, very negative influence. But there are efforts to see that women are paid equally, but then in many fields, films, for example, for the hero is paid 10 crores, maybe. I don't know how much of amount Vijay takes for a movie. Maybe on 5 crores. But what about the female? Yeah. I'm not talking about actor, actress. Let us make this a gender neutral world. When we are progressing towards a gender neutral world, I call an actor and an actress. But an actor, he gets so much of salary or payment for a movie. But what about the female? Even if it's a female oriented role, the female, does she get so much of money compared to the male? Why? That's a question which we need to ask. Even in the construction field, women are paid less compared to. So this is actually the very, very big problem which has to be addressed. And next is the Me Too movement. இப்போ recent the media discussion on a topic. The Me Too movement has brought attention to issues of sexual harassment. So under the treatment of women in various industries, so it has led to awareness and accountability. For example, recently, a female singer, she said that she was sexually harassed by a male writer in movies. But she was harassed maybe 8 to 10 years back, but she's now openly saying that. Why? இப்போ எதுக்கு இவங்க சொல்றாங்க? Some people criticize. அப்ப நடந்த விஷயம் ஏன் இப்போ why you are bringing it? But அந்த காலத்துல maybe ஒரு 8 to 10 years back, women did not have any support from their homes. Yeah. Even though she would have shared this with her parents or whoever, they would have asked, you keep quiet, they're all big people. Now women, even though they're not supported by the parents, they have their own identity now, yeah. And even earlier times, a rape victim. நம்ம சினிமால கூட பார்த்திருக்கோம் இல்லையா, old moviesல one lady is raped and the next thing what she does is commit suicide. But now the case has changed. The person, the accuser has to be given proper punishment for the, and we are all supporting that. That means women, we are coming forward to, exercise our rights. Everyone has to live in this world in a free and fair manner. அப்புறம் வந்து கல்ச்சுரல் ஷிஃப்ட் ரொம்ப நடக்குது சொசைட்டில. Society's attitudes towards gender roles are changing. So there's a greater acceptance of diverse identities, gender identities, expressions. இதெல்லாம் வந்து நம்ம ட்ரெடிஷனல் நார்ம்ஸ் சேலஞ்ச் பண்ணோம். ட்ரெடிஷனலா வந்து நம்மளுக்கு தெரியும், we are in a patriarchal society, இல்லையா, male dominated society. But that is now slowly changing. The cultural shift is taking place. We are giving importance to all genders. Also, there is work-life balance. So there's a growing recognition of work-life balance for both men and women. Even employers, those who pay salary to men and women, they are adopting policies for flexible work arrangements. So individuals can balance their career and family responsibilities. நமக்கு தெரியும், women are given maternity leave benefits, 6 months. But now, even the husbands are given leave. Why? Because it's not a women's issue alone. Not issue, I'm talking. It's not a women's responsibility alone, looking after the child. So, work-life balance is now being accepted even by institutions by providing such opportunities. Now, feminist movements, they've also gained momentum on a large scale, with women advocating for, because women's movements are really important, because it was only through women's movements that we got this 30% reservation bill in the parliament passed, because it was lying in a very sleepy state. That's another ரொம்ப வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி. But now, because of the work being done by movements, it has now come to a level of being implemented. அதுவும் இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் push வேணும், because it is it is for the reservation of women. It is taking its time. So what I'm telling you is that all these are not just about women empowerment. We should address the issues of women so that we bring changes in society. So women's empowerment brings a lot of changes. It brings in gender equality. The concept of the head of the family இப்போ வந்து மாறிட்டே இருக்கு. Usually நம்ம வந்து யாருதான் head of the family ன்னு சொல்றோம்? Usually who's the head of the family? The father. But இப்போ வந்து that is not a valid thing. ஏன்னா man and woman both are heads of family. This is gender dynamics. So women வந்து they are capable of driving heavy vehicles. நீங்க பார்த்திருக்கீங்க இப்போ lorry, they are driving JCB even, and they are organizing workshops in production field, in technological innovations. Women, they are also pilots. ஏதாச்சும் field இருக்கா women approach பண்ணாத field which men are doing? No. So all these professional changes of women reflect the dominant role of women in society. நம்ம வந்து எதை பத்தி பேசணும்? We should talk about dominant role of women in society. Women empowerment பத்தி மட்டும் இல்ல. We have to speak on the dominant role of the women. So the women empowerment இருக்கு இப்போ. இப்ப நீங்க வந்து you're studying in a women's institution. So you're all empowered. But வந்து the dominant role is more important. நிறைய women வந்து assertive இருக்காங்க இப்போ இல்லையா? assertive வந்தா அவங்க rights பத்தி they are conscious. இல்ல நீங்கெல்லாம் I'm sure that you are conscious of their rights. But you know that there are many laws which protect women. You should have legal awareness classes which will help you understand the laws that you can approach, you can utilize when you not only இப்போ நீங்க ப்ராப்ளம் வரும்போது மட்டும் லாஸ் அப்ரோச் பண்றது இட்ஸ் நாட் of course, but then even before that you should be aware of the laws that are given by the constitution for women. So masculinity இப்போ வந்து ஒரு பெரிய சப்ஜெக்ட் கிடையாது. Boys, are you listening? More than masculinity, femininity is now a dominant factor because 21st century is a century of women. Empowered women, of course, but the emerged women. So a critical aspect of promoting gender equality is the empowerment of women. உங்களுக்கே தெரியும். But focus வந்து எதுல இருக்கணும்? To correct the imbalances so that women get more autonomy or freedom to manage their lives. So what is gender equality? Gender equality வந்து men, women same ஆகணும்னா is it that men and women should be same? Yes or no? இல்ல ரெண்டு பேருக்குமே வந்து opportunities equal இருக்கணும். That is gender equality. Isn't it? Certain aspects maybe man can do better. Certain aspects a woman can do better. So gender, if it is a gender equal world, there should be equal opportunities, and opportunities should not be limited because a person is man or a woman. So empowerment வந்து I hope all of you are empowered, but எங்கேருந்து ஆரம்பிக்கணும் அது? Should it start from the school or should it start from your college? எங்கேருந்து ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணும் empowerment? It should start from your house itself. Yeah. So நம்ம house வந்து it is a basic unit of society, and in order to promote gender equality, women should have more political, social, and economic strength. அப்பதான் women will bring changes in the attitudes of society. Society வந்து it should change its perceptions regarding role of women. இப்போ வந்து மூவிஸ் கூட நீங்க take example. மூவிஸ்ல முதல்ல வந்து only acting was done by women. இப்போ வந்து so many women are working behind the camera also. Music directors, Bhadarni, who passed away, Ilayaraja's daughter. So, and there are camera women, women who write the script, directors. So, all these are very much needed for a gender, for a world which is gender neutral, or when we progress towards gender equality. I hope you know that there are 5 types of empowerment. Political இருக்கு, social empowerment இருக்கு, economic empowerment இருக்கு, intellectual empowerment இருக்கு, psychological empowerment இருக்கு இல்லையா? Political empowerment என்ன? You are taking part in elections, you know what is going around, you be a part of the political setup. Social empowerment, what is social empowerment? You are able to understand the society, you are able to get access to all information, you are a part of the society you live in. Economic empowerment என்ன? I think many of you might be economically empowered. நீங்க வந்து எத்தனை பேர் நீங்க டியூஷன்ஸ் எடுக்கிறாங்க? டியூஷன் இல்ல நீங்க வந்து do you earn a living by you help your mother to do some catering or something? இல்ல no one. You're not getting any extra money, pocket money. யாருமே இல்ல. But that is also needed. If you're good at stitching, if you're good at painting, you can stitch salwars, blouses, etc. You can start a stitching unit. You can be economically empowered. Skill-oriented courses எல்லாம் இருக்குல்ல உங்களுக்கு? certificate courses. They can be skill-oriented certificate courses, which will help you. Yeah, I think all of you will be because it is compulsory under UGC. You introduce what kind of certificate courses do you provide to the students?
Have a Tally ERP.
Okay.
Tally ERP 9 for our students.
Okay. What about technical skill oriented you have?
RE work.
RE work. எத்தனை பேர் RE work கத்துக்கிறீங்க?
First class.
Very good. அப்ப உங்களுக்கு ஸ்டிச்சிங் டேலண்ட் இருக்குல்ல? அப்ப நீங்க என்ன சொல்லணும்? You can start a stitching unit. Initially, you can start at a low pace. You can stitch your friend's salwar kurta or blouse. So it all gives you economic independence. See, you need not take up the same subject. That is also, of course, if you would like to do research on your subject, that is also well and good. But then need not be that you go out and work. You can be independent in your home itself. So economic empowerment is very much needed because you need to be self-sufficient. After marriage also, you don't have to beg your husband for money, for pocket money. Yeah. You can be independent. That is what I was telling. So what is intellectual empowerment? Women should recognize their strength, knowledge, intelligence, skills. இதெல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு இருக்கு. But அதை நீங்க recognize பண்ணணும். we have to recognize ourselves. இன்னொரு ஆள் சொல்லி கொடுத்தா நம்ம recognize பண்ண முடியாது. We have to recognize that we have strength, we have skills, we have the knowledge. அது நம்ம utilize பண்ணணும். இதுதான் intellectual empowerment. அப்புறம் psychological empowerment. Psychological na, you know the meaning of psychological. Something which we have to feel in your mind. So we should have the confidence. You should, or I should have the confidence to have power. நம்ம powerful இருக்கு இந்த ஏரியால. நீங்க உங்க கிளாஸ்ல bright students சொல்லி கொடுக்கும் இல்லையா? weak studentsக்கு important portions எல்லாம். So that is a way of showing your, helping your peers, etc. So women should be economically independent, self-reliant, positive inner force இருக்கணும். எந்த difficult situation face பண்றதுக்கு நீங்க தயாரா இருக்கணும். And you should be able to participate in the decision making. Politically. இப்போ நிறைய opportunities இருக்கு இல்லையா? இப்ப கேரளால 50% ரிசர்வேஷன் கொடுக்குறாங்க அவங்க. எங்க எதுக்கு? இந்த பஞ்சாயத்து கார்பரேஷன். தூத்துக்குடி comes under corporation, I believe. So corporationல 50% reservation for women. So அங்கிருந்து ஸ்லோவா we can come to a higher level where in parliament also now we are going to have the 33% reservation. So empowerment அந்த இதுல you have the word power. Power ஒரு word இருக்குல்ல empowermentல. What is this power? Shakti சொல்லுவோம். Shakti, have you heard of Shakti? What is Shakti? It is an inner strength which you have. So actually empowerment is an attitude. நமக்குள்ளே we have to be strong. Yeah. You find people who are earning a lot of money, but then the salary they directly go and give their husbands. Is that empowerment? You have a very decent job, but then you are a submissive to your husband. It should be a strength which you have. What kind of strength should it be? The strength can be inner, but at the same time, you need to have control over certain things. என்னது? நம்ம physical resource control பண்ணணும். நமக்கு land நம்மகிட்ட இருக்கணும். We should have a house. Then we will be powerful. அப்புறம் human resources இருக்கு. என்ன human resources? தொழில். இப்ப இந்த மாதிரி தையல் அந்த மாதிரி எல்லாம். So that is making us empowered. Intellectual resources. Intellectual resources எல்லாருக்குமே some ideas இருக்குல்ல to start something. சின்ன சின்ன ஐடியால நம்ம பெரிய பெரிய வெற்றிகள் நேடுவோம் இல்லையா? So small ideas. That is there. Then financial resource is very important. இந்த காலத்துல without money, you cannot survive. So that all of you should take up. You should be empowered financially. So, in the very power over resources, it should govern both private and public life. So, இந்த மாதிரி வந்தா மட்டும்தான் நம்ம we can challenge subordination. Yeah. So, if you are empowered and if you are moving towards gender equality, we should have good health. Health is very important. Now, I don't know whether nowadays there is a difference made between boys and girls in the homes regarding the food. Sometimes special food is given to the boys. That used to be earlier times, but now I think the girls have started fighting. Why only my brothers given? I mean, maybe a chicken mangarana leg matu brother kudugo. I mean, you be given. So that used to happen earlier times, but now it's not there. So you are able to. So even women in the homes earlier அவங்க என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க மிச்சம் இருக்கிறது வந்து சாப்பிட்டு they will be happy. But that affects the health. Yeah. So all these are factors which need to be corrected. So literacy rate, general awareness, confidence இதெல்லாம் வந்து should improve. So if a woman is strong, the men can also be affected by that. எப்படி நம்ம வந்து you are supposed to live in a patriarchal society. இப்போ கூட கொஞ்சம் traces எல்லாம் இருக்கு patriarchal society ஓட இல்லையா? The men how they dominate. But if we are strong, men ஓட traditional role வந்து மாறிடும். Because men ஓட traditional வந்து நம்ம மென்ன என்ன பாக்குறோம் அவங்க வந்து விமனை சப்ரஸ் பண்றது விமனோட வந்து விமனை வந்து physically abuse பண்றது. And certain homes, I think, still we find husbands beating the wife. But then wife வந்து submissive இருக்கு ஏன் because they are not the modern women. நீங்க வந்து அந்த மாதிரி இல்லைன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். So you should fight for your rights. Okay. So and men வந்து they only take decisions normally. But இப்போ as I told you, family structure is changing. நம்ம வந்து we have had this this divided responsibilities right from the time of the gods. Ardhanarishwar concept தெரியுமில்ல உங்களுக்கு Ardhanarishwar concept தெரியுமா? Hindus will be knowing. Shiva Shakti together. So what is that? Femininity in each man and masculinity in each woman. அது வந்து நம்ம இப்ப re-exam பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கு இல்லையா? So men வந்து they will be free to discover the feminine characters. Women will be free to discover the manly characters. நம்ம வந்து என்ன சொல்றோம் if a man does classical dance oh he is a transgender நம்ம அப்படி தான் பார்க்கிறோம் like we are not identifying that a man has got real talent to do a classical dance but the society is like that. Even if a woman does things, if a woman is flying a plane or if a woman is doing heavy jobs, that is also. So this concept has to be re-examined. And education, that is very important because education improves economic growth and it is actually needed for self-empowerment, planning skills. Education நீங்க எல்லாம் வந்து educated இல்லையா? So you can plan certain things. உங்களுக்குள்ள வந்து நிறைய பிளான் பண்ணி you can I think நீங்களும் கூட இந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸ்ல ஒரு பார்ட்டா இருக்கீங்கல்ல for the planning and all. So you develop planning skills, you work along with the faculty members and then you develop your literacy, legal literacy. You understand the laws that are given to you. Environment pati, you are aware not to put plastics anywhere. Economic education, formal education, adult education, நிறைய இருக்கு. You understand how to manage skills. So education definitely brings a positive change in the attitudes. It's crucial. இல்லையா? எல்லாருமே வந்து educated இருக்கணும். For this is actually for the progress of the country. We need all of you, all of us. And the Constitution also said that. Yeah. The Constitution has adopted positive measures for promoting ways to for this empowering women and bring gender equality. So education, you know that it increases the social, economic, and political opportunities, and it leads to economic benefits also because women can earn through their jobs not only while going to institutions but even within homes. So education increases a woman's knowledge about fertility. They will know to control the number of children. So here again, the men are also supposed to help women in understanding their personal needs and problems, etc. And also, women get to know about family planning services. You find all these. I don't know whether the scene I'm going to tell you is there in Tamil Nadu. In Kerala, whenever you park your car at signals, you find these North Indian ladies coming with small things to selling for selling. They will clean your car glass and all that. They will have one child here, one child will be here, one child will be in the womb. Number of children. I don't know how the children are surviving in the hot sun. So all these are, you know, the family planning, the fertility, controlling, இதெல்லாம் வந்து it is connected with education. And also when you're educated, you will know how to delay the marriage age, isn't it? So there's an article under the Convention of the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. The Article 10 of CEDAW states that government should undertake all necessary steps towards elimination of stereotyped education. So education should cater to the needs of the changing women, and the government should be committed to promote um, education which is necessary for the changing women's or the changing dynamics. The new education policy is being implemented. Yeah, next year, Linda, Angela, I think it is coming. The 4-year program, which is more skill oriented, which is catering towards development of women, not only women, like how you can go abroad. Instead of going abroad, you can have the degree of a foreign university here, you can do internships. All these are really steps taken by the government to challenge or to keep away the stereotype education. And the stereotype education or a Mariana education, which is very boring and then. So if the education system is, dynamic, that will lead to a lot of progress in society. Another aspect I want to tell you is about this period of globalization and industrialization. This has affected the power of women, gender equality. How? Because of this expansion of this market economy and then globalization and industrialization, what has happened? Women are suffering in many parts of India or in the world. How? இப்போ வாட்டர் இப்போ தண்ணி கிடைக்கணும்னா நிறைய மைல் பண்ணோம் இல்லையா ஏன் தண்ணி இல்ல பிகாஸ் ஆஃப் குளோபலைசேஷன் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியலைசேஷன் ஏன்னா வந்து இந்த கூல் ட்ரிங்க்ஸ் or these I don't want to mention the names of the companies, the bottling plants எதுக்கு ட்ரீஸ் கட் பண்றது நம்ம for construction, for widening roads. அப்போ women have to walk miles and miles. See, when the environment is affected, more than men, the women suffer. That's why when you have seen in the environment movements are very cool, yeah. Movements against cutting trees, movements against, these water, lack of water resources. இதுக்கெல்லாம் வந்து women usually they come forward because they are the ones who are running the family more, especially in the rural areas. So women are pushed into less productive sectors because of increased pressure on rural resources. So people from backward communities, from the tribes, etc., they are becoming poorer and poorer. So women, they suffer all this, and this is called as feminization of poverty. Poverty வருது because of globalization and industrialization. Women suffer. Men also suffer. The family suffers, but more than that, the women, especially the village women, they bear the brunt, and this is called as the feminization of poverty. So, if women are empowered, they can make decisions, they can make choices, they can make individual collective choices for transformation of society. So it enables women to think freely, to take action, and also they can exercise choices and they can be they can move along with other genders in society. So today's women share equal status as men. Yeah. So it is society's constitutional, moral, and social responsibility for confirming women's progress by giving them equal opportunities. So this will bring in gender equality. So earlier, now women are ruling the world even. So they're making a mark in every field. Companies are hiring more and more women. எதுக்கு women ரொம்ப அதிகமா இப்போ hire பண்றாங்க? Normally, women are supposed to be very passive, very patient, very submissive, but then they do a lot of multitasking. இல்லையா வீட்டுல வந்து வேலை பண்றாங்க அதே மாதிரி they are very good in their career. So the companies are showing great interest in hiring more women. Like I remember an advertisement in the television where a boss is traveling with one assistant lady, and this lady is asking the boss, "Sir, Rahul and me, we are doing the same work with you. But why is Rahul paid more?" Recently ஒரு advertisement பார்த்தேன் நீங்க தமிழ்ல இருக்க தெரியல. So women are actually doing the same. Not say they are coming forward in great numbers. Companies are hiring more women now, and there are more women in parliament. There are more women in the cabinet now, especially now with the reservation bill being passed, and there are more CEOs and officers, etc. So the media also has to change. It's slowly changing, but when the media position யார்கிட்ட இருக்கு? It's male dominated. Yeah, media has an ownership of media is with the traditional forces. Traditional வந்து media வந்து it is having an anti-woman prejudice. So that's why இப்போ வந்து newspaper, radio, television எல்லாமே வந்து they show the woman as weak. They show the woman very, very submissive, stereotype woman. Like in the TV serial, no, the stereotype mother-in-law, the stereotype victim, the stereotype sexual object, just like that, So it's like men and women doing the cooking, washing clothes, etc. So women's rights are not given importance. So if a woman is undergoing some sexual problem, some harassment, that is highlighted in the media, and the woman is subject to shame and humiliation. But now women are coming forward to file cases again, like I told you earlier. So media can change the social environment positively. So Women's movements are also doing a lot nowadays, fighting for water, electricity, literacy, and anti-liquor campaign. Recently, not recently, few years back, I saw on television how in Munnar, some women, they were fighting against the alcoholism of husbands. Alcoholism is a very, something which is common in India, not only in rural areas, but in urban areas also. Alcoholism of the husband, irresponsible fatherhood, dowry system, even though dowry is prohibited, dowry system is still there, isn't it? So, why don't women's movements are coming forward? But நிறைய women's movements இருக்கு. I don't know whether it's there in Tamil Nadu, but in Kerala it is there so much. And because of their efforts, only many laws are being passed for towards gender equality. Even the constitution has given a lot of equal opportunities for women, especially regarding education and employment. So in the 5-year plans, we know that the government of India adopted planning strategies, isn't it? 1950s வந்து அது எந்த மாதிரி இருந்தது வெல்ஃபேர் பிளானிங் அப்ரோச் அதாவது வந்து விமென் அந்த காலத்துல நல்ல வைஸ் நல்ல மதர்ஸ் இன்கம் ஏர்னர்ஸா இருக்கணும் 70s வந்து அது மாறிட்டு விமன் இன் டெவலப்மெண்ட் விமன் இஸ் ஆல்சோ பார்ட் ஆஃப் டெவலப்மெண்ட் அப்ரோச்ங்கிறது ஒரு மேட்டர் வந்தது 90s தான் இந்த ஜெண்டர் இன் டெவலப்மெண்ட் அப்ரோச் வந்தது gender in development. So gender planning was given importance and NGOs, நிறைய non-governmental organization, government organization, நிறைய வந்து they have been supporting development programs. So India is the first country, not I won't say it's the first country, one of the first countries to enact the 73rd, that is equal opportunities for women in politics. இப்போ வந்து கார்பரேஷன்ல எல்லாமே வந்து we have reservation 73rd and 74th amendment of the constitution. நீங்க பொலிட்டிக்கல் சயின்ஸ் படிக்கிறீங்களா? பொலிட்டிக்கல் சயின்ஸ் ஹிஸ்டரியில பொலிட்டிக்கல் சயின்ஸ் is it complementary? No. Political science is actually then maybe you can have a talk or something on the importance of all these amendments. So amendments வந்து என்ன நம்ம கான்ஸ்டிடியூஷன் வந்து changing circumstance ஓட we need to have some changes also in the constitution. Yeah. People wonder how certain cases, because of the Nirbhaya case, Delhi level gang rape, how the law has become strict and even capital punishment is given to persons who become responsible for the death of the woman during such kind of harassment. So, 74th amendment has led to women entering the politics. So reservation is actually very important, especially for a democratization at the grassroots level. And legal provisions also safeguard women. But what is the problem? We are not aware of. இப்போ நம்ம வந்து லாஸ் இருக்கு நமக்கு தெரியும் கான்ஸ்டிடியூஷன் வந்து நம்மளுக்கு லாஸ் கொடுத்துருக்கு பட் அந்த லாஸ் வந்து எப்போ யூஸ் பண்ணோம் ஹவு டு யூஸ் அண்ட் நம்ம எந்த லாஸ் நம்மளுக்கு ஆப்ளிகபிள் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுக்கு எந்த லாஸ் ஆப்ளிகபிள் மேரேஜ் டைம்ல என்னென்ன ஆப்ளிகபிள் ஆஃப்டர் மேரேஜ் வாட் ஆர் த லாஸ் ஆப்ளிகபிள் இதெல்லாம் வந்து நம்ம தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும் only then we'll be able to understand. So I think legal awareness classes are very important for students, especially in this changing gender dynamics. Legal awareness classes. Okay. So even though a lot of problems are like health-wise, women are underprivileged. They have so many problems. Like இப்போ கூட வந்து patriarchal society தான், but then slowly the attitude of men is also changing. நிறைய women friendly policies தேவையா இருக்கு. So not only women, but men are also now, they are waking to a world which is now moving towards gender equality. I would like to quote the father of our nation, Gandhiji here. If non-violence is the law of our being, with Gandhiji, he believed in ahimsa throughout his life. Yeah. Non-violence is the law of our being. Being now, as human beings, the future is with women. The future is with women. So he is foreseeing a future where there'll be a non-violent world. Non-violent world எப்போது இருக்குமா war எல்லாம் இல்லாம இருந்தனா the future is whose? as future is with women. So I would like to conclude by saying something which is presently very relevant, something which is a humanization of gadgets. What is the humanization of gadgets? Gadgets வந்து என்ன? Electronic equipments. கொஞ்சம் வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி also we had gadgets with us. என்னெல்லாம் கேட்ஜெட்ஸ் இருந்தோம் நம்ம வீட்டுல? டெலிவிஷன் இருந்தது, ரேடியோ இருந்தது இல்லையா? பட் அந்த காலத்துல we didn't have mobile phone. We had only the landline. பட் இப்போ வந்து மொபைல் போன்ஸ் ஆர் பிகமிங் பார்ட்னர்ஸ் இன் லைஃப். இந்த ஜெண்டர் டைனாமிக்ஸ் வேர்ல்டுல mobile phones are becoming partners. எல்லா கையிலுமே is this college allowing mobile phones? No. But according to, okay, I don't want to make a statement here. In Kerala, I mean, according to the government instruction came then, we never allowed our students to use mobile, but then because of a law that was passed, students were also allowed to use mobiles in the campus. Not during class time. Class time வந்து off பண்ணி வைக்கணும். But in your house, do you have mobile? உங்களுக்கு mobile இருக்குல்ல? Mobile இல்ல. How many of you don't have mobile? Mobile இல்லாதவங்க? Very few. Okay. Mobile phones வந்து இப்ப நம்ம partners இல்லையா? நம்ம, it is in our hand. So mobiles are our partners. Mobile, இப்போ நம்ம வந்து ஒரு female தான். The mobile is our boyfriend இல்லையா? It should be with us always. And for the other partners in our life, robots are becoming partners. Robots தெரியல, robots. எந்திரன் மூவி பாத்துருக்கீங்கல்ல? அப்ப ரோபோட் வந்து it can be a male or a female. There are male robots, female robots. இது வந்து robotic psychology. அப்போ புது gender world is coming. Technological gender. இல்லையா? And the emerged woman with a smartphone, everything is there. இப்போ வந்து whatever the teacher teaches is also in the mobile phone. Teachers are going to be now facilitators. Teachers கிடையாது. Because students are more, they are able to understand better with the help of the mobile. What about artificial intelligence? தெரியும்ல artificial intelligence என்ன? Artificial intelligence, it is giving great opportunities. Futureல வந்தது ரொம்ப பயங்கரமான ஒரு விஷயம். But it is creating challenges also. இல்லையா? நம்ம பயம். நம்ம வந்து we will be replaced by some person who looks like us. நம்மள மாதிரி இருக்கும். ஆனா வந்து பேசுறதும் நம்ம வாய்ஸ்ல. பட் வந்து somebody artificial. நியூஸ் ரீடர்ஸ் எல்லாம் அப்படி வந்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. பட் artificial intelligence ஆப்ஸ்ல கூட வந்து we are seeing gender stereotype. Gender stereotype என்ன? Women doing washing, cooking, cleaning, etc. Men only putting, shirt, tie and all, going to office, not doing work. It's a gender stereotype. But it is slowly changing. But artificial intelligence கூட gender stereotype. என்ன gender stereotype? இந்த virtual assistants இருக்கும் artificial intelligenceல. அவங்க வந்து அவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் விமென்ஸ் வாய்ஸ் இருக்கு. ஏன்னா ஸ்வீட்டா இருக்கும்ல விமென்ஸ் வாய்ஸ். ஏன் கூகுள் மேப் நீங்க போட்டீங்கன்னா விமென்ஸ் வாய்ஸ் தானே, ஒரு லேடி வாய்ஸ் தானே வரும், மேல் வாய்ஸ் கிடையாது. ஏன் மேல் வாய்ஸ் கிடையாது? சோ ஸ்வீட். அப்ப ஸ்வீட்டா நம்ம கேட்டுட்டு போகலாம் இல்லையா? பட் voice assistants, virtual assistants are all female. But what about the most powerful robot in the world? No. Our parent ever, not a female. Watson. அப்ப அங்க why I'm telling you this? அங்க கூட this gender bias is there. The most powerful computer's name is that of a male, Watson. Only virtual assistants are female. The voice is a female. So when program is made, challenges are still there. And efforts are very crucial to ensure that this evolving landscape of gender dynamics promotes equality, inclusivity, and empowerment of women in the 21st century. So by exploring all this, one can understand the complex and multifaceted landscape of gender dynamics and the experiences of women in the 21st century. In the 21st century, when the women are going through very complex dynamic landscapes. I mentioned that earlier. So this is challenging the traditional beliefs, and it is contributing to the social economic and cultural transformation of India. So there is a great increase in the education levels. எல்லாருமே வந்து higher education போறாங்க. STEM வந்துட்டு இருக்கு. STEM means more and more women are coming in the field of science, technology, engineering, etc. Progress நிறைய வந்துட்டு இருக்கு, but still there is more work to be done to create more inclusive societies. And we should value the contribution of all genders, male, female, transgenders, everyone. We need to value their contributions. So the shifting tides in gender dynamics reflect a collective effort to build a society where equality and respect are basic fundamental rights of every individual in society. Thank you.
Thank you, dear ma'am, for your enlightening talk with valuable insights. Your thought-provoking now, I would like to call upon Dr. Tanuja to propose the vote of thanks.
A very good morning to all. Living in a state of gratitude is the gateway of to God's Arena Huffington. We all here today not just for an event, but to quest our thirst of knowledge within us. On behalf of the Department of PG and Research Department of History, it's my great privilege to propose a note of thanks to our distinguished guest, the entire fraternity of our institution, department, and the participants from varied institutions. First and foremost, thank God Almighty for His gracious blessing showered during this day. I extend our hearty thanks to our chief guest, Parvati Meno, Assistant Professor of History, Saints College, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, for accepting our institution. As from the profile itself, we came to know that she is a very multi-talented person, very loving and caring person, and a great inspire for me in many ways. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sparing your valuable time and making this occasion a gracious one. That exercise with us, which ignite, initiate, and inspire the young minds in the respective arena. She given a very detailed picture in a divergent manner, gender dynamic, gender individuality, the role of technology, the media, the movements like Me Too, STEM, the globalization and the types of empowerment, and so on. Thank you, ma'am. You elevated our knowledge and you make the young minds to think in these varied aspects. Thank you, ma'am. Our words of gratitude and respect goes to our beloved and our supporting college management, the strong pillar of our success, our secretary sister, Reverend Sister Dr. C. Shibana, our principal, Reverend Sister Dr. Jessie Fernando, our deputy principal, Reverend Sister Dr. Kulande Tere, our SSC director, Reverend Sister Josephine J. Mary, and our deans and our other heads and their colleagues. A dream doesn't become a reality through magic. It takes sweat, determination, and hard work. Yes, it's a belief enthroned by our head of the PG and Research Department of History, Dr. Imalni Afsala, and her entire team for their tireless effort and enthusiastic deeds to make the session a resounding one. Also, our words of thanks extend to Patricia Romila, Assistant Professor of English, St. Mary's College, for her technical assistance. Also, the words of gratitude extended to our non-teaching staff, Mrs. Antonia Mar, Aka, Anna and Loyal Anna. Last but not the least, dear participant faculties, and dear students from other colleges, both participating both from virtually and hybrid mode. Dear students, with all you, this won't be a complete one. Thank you. Thank you all from the bottom of heart. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am, for expressing your words of gratitude. Let's take a short break for 15 minutes and return promptly by 11:30 a.m.
வரையில வேணா கடன் தெரியும்.
Participants kindly keep your mics mute. I request participants kindly mute your mics.
TRBS, CSF, BSF,
Participants kindly keep your mics mute. If you're trying to switch off your mic, please don't switch on your mic.
எல்லாமே வேணுமா?
Singing style is captivating and truly inspiring, ma'am. As we are about to begin our session, may I now call upon Dr. S.M. Rojapu, Assistant Professor of History, to welcome our resource person, Ms. Arvinder Kaur Papla, Master Coach and Lead, SGT University, Gurgaon.
A very pleasant good morning to everyone present here. We extend a warm and special welcome to Ms. Aravinder Kaur, a dynamic engineer turned master trainer, bringing with her over 15 years of enriching experience in both corporate and academic. Currently gracing the institution at SGT University, Gurugram, Ms. Pabla has carved a niche for herself as an exceptional trainer specializing in employability and soft skills for students and professionals. Ms. Pabla's academic journey is marked by an impressive array of qualifications, including her pursuit of PhD from Banastali Vidyapith, an MA in English Literature from IGNOU, and BTech in Chemical Engineering from PTU. Her credentials as a certified ESL CELTA trainer from Cambridge University reflect her extensive knowledge of language teaching, coupled with a remarkable ability to impart complex concepts in an easily comprehensible manner. Ms. Papla's passion for providing valuable training is evident in her commitment to nurturing the skills essential for success in the global marketplace. Beyond her role as a dedicated educator, Ms. Pabla is a prolific researcher, having published numerous papers on critical topics such as post-humanism, women's studies, and cultural studies. Her contributions have been recognized nationally and internationally, establishing herself as a respected figure in academia. At the university level, Ms. Pabla wears multiple hats, serving as the editor for the university magazine, offering her expertise to craft informative and engaging publications. She also takes on roles as an association advisor, guiding student associations, and as a member of the Central Coordination Cell, orchestrating various university wide events with organizational fineness. In showcasing her commitment to the university community, Ms. Pabla assumes the role of Chief Coordinator for SWAG, an initiative dedicated to the welfare of the academic community at SGT University. Her multifaceted engagement underscores her dedication to provide the quality education for students. In addition to her teaching interest in soft skills and behavioral skills, Ms. Pabla research interests span gender studies, posthumanism, and diasporic identity in enriching the academic landscape. Her impact is not confined to the classroom, as demonstrated by her 15 publications, numerous of being declared the best trainer for the semester at Advait Life Education Private Limited. Ms. Pabla has also shared her insights through guest lectures at esteemed institutions like JK Business School and Faculty of Education. Let us collectively extend our warmest welcome to Ms. Aravinder Kaur Pabla, a distinguished resource person whose expertise will undoubtedly contribute to the vibrant intellectual tapestry. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now the session is open to Ms. Arvinder Kaur Papla.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for such a wonderful introduction. Uh, to begin with, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to go ahead and acknowledge the guests who have joined in here, the students who are sitting there. I couldn't be there in person, but I'm really glad that you've given me the opportunity to address you today. It is indeed an honor to be amongst you, although virtually, and discuss a concept that I find deeply affirmative and positive. That is the role of women in enculturation trajectories. because generally people tend to belittle the role that women play in the history in building up the society around us. Their contribution is not generally that openly encouraged. So this one, I would like to look at it from the perspective that is positive, full of optimistic values. Thank you so much. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this national seminar, particularly Dr. Malini Apsara for extending this invitation, for providing a platform to explore this possibility of enhancement, of progression, and the profound impact that women make in the society and how they can go ahead and extend it further. So, as we delve into the role of women in these trajectories that have been put into the culture, that have been encultured, we are not just discussing a simple concept. So, what we are doing here is we are embracing a journey that spans generations. That is the kind of look that we are looking at, the cultures and the very fabric of our society. Every intricate, you pick up any inch of the society and you'll see women contributing there. So it is a journey that is marked by resilience, by diversity, and at the same time, the potential for positive transformation. That is how I look at this. I look at this that we are not here just mere participants in the seminar. We are contributors to the dialogue that can hold the promise for shaping the future that is more hopeful, that is more equitable for everyone, more receptive as well. So today, this theme is going to explore in intricate ways in which women can influence and shape the cultural landscapes scapes that define us. I'm really excited and I would like to engage with the audience there as well towards the end. If you really have any question, I would be, if I'm able to answer that and get into that discussion, I would be really happy to do that. So on that note, please allow me to go ahead and share my screen with you people. So just let me know if it is visible to all of you. I'll be sharing my PPT soon. I hope it is visible to everyone.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Thank you so much for confirming that. So the topic that I've opted for when Malini ma'am, she reached out to me, she was like, this is what we are looking at. So the topic that I have chosen to speak on is Sisterhood Unleashed, empowering women through shared challenges and cultures. So I actually wanted to look at it a little more comprehensively and see where it leads us, how this conversation can really become meaningful. And I would like to, I'm going to share more my perspective, my way, how I have been brought up, how I have seen society operating around us, and in the way, let us see maybe uh, it might raise some questions in your minds, and let's have a discussion towards the end regarding that. So, to begin with, let's just the very title that we have here, it is Sisterhood Unleashed. So, the very title, why I chose this title, why I wanted to talk about this thing, about sisterhood. Why do we need it is while waiting for my turn also in the morning, I was actually, I came across this particular video. In that video, people, all females, they're there. It was about woman empowerment. And the most startling fact that I realized was that they were talking about that, yes, women will have equal salary. But the hitch there was they said in next 150 years, women are going to get equal salaries as men. In next 150 years, we will have as many CEOs in the organizations as men, but we have to wait for 150 years. So I am hoping that this dialogue and events like this, the discussions that we have initiated today here, they're going to fasten up that space a little bit. They are going to give us a push that we really need, that so that the trajectory is not invisible, it is not slow, it is not at a snail's pace. We are able to push it further and make a difference at that level. So why do we need to go and create that sisterhood? Why? What is the need for it, and why do we even have this terminology of sisterhood? Brotherhood is actually the more patriarchal way. That is the most commonly used way word that we come across, and people and men generally they stick to it. They say, yes, this is the brotherhood. We stand by each other. So there was a need to have an alternate term that is sisterhood. Why do we need it? We need it because we want to encourage women. We want them to be there to support each other in order to end the sexism that is existing around, right? And now when sisterhood as a concept, it recognizes women that women can be sexist themselves. Generally, when we talk about women empowering or being empowered, we tend to believe that they are the victims always. Uh, but there is a possibility that women themselves, in their urge to be competitive, in their urge to get ahead, in their urge to be notified, to be at the forefront amongst the women. If you look around the entire tapestry, you will see that only 7% of the women, when it comes to negotiating salary, negotiating positions in the real world, there's a study that says that only 7% of the women, they go ahead and they voice their thoughts, what they want, as compared to 67% of the men. So that huge gap that we have, they are not able to voice uh, their needs. So in the process, what they do is that it is easier to pull others down and just be the only one who seemed relatively positive. So that is also something that exists within us. It has been sold over to us as well, I believe, over the time period. But then it has also become kind of a DNA within the woman because they become very competitive with each other as well. So that competitiveness that they have with each other, that is something that leads them to act in a way that is not uh, collaborative, that is not supportive, that is not in the enabling manner. What they end up doing is they end up bringing down people who are themselves otherwise also categorized as subaltern. They are already on the sidelines of the society. Their contributions are already being questioned whether they are of any value, because let's believe and let's understand that this entire world, it is based on success. And when we say success, we actually, the biggest parameter is the economical financial success, and the financial structuring of the entire world is actually run by men. Because when we see the proportional representation that is happening here, you will see that that is actually the course. So women tend to be very competitive with each other. It has become part of them. So a woman stepping out to work, this is something that I've actually seen around me a lot. Women who are stepping out to go and work outside in organizations for other entities, they actually tend to look down on the women who prefer or who stay at home. So it is stay at home moms or working moms that we tend to call it, but I tend to refrain. I do not want that phrase to be used because working woman who stays at home or steps out of the home, they are both working. We cannot say that stay at home people are not working. They are working. They're equally working hard. Both are working hard. But sniggering at someone who stay at home and saying that they have an easier life is a way in which we can bring down the person. We are not supportive. That is where the spirit of sisterhood needs to be brought in. And that's the reason why it becomes so very important to have that concept, not only in letter, but in spirit as well. So there is this particular article. In that article, Professor Mary E. John, she's a former director of Center for Women's Development Studies at Jawaharlal Nehru University. She points out that such simplifications that undermine the complex set of factors that actually dictate gender relations and dynamics. So she says that marriage and family form the fundamental blocks of the patriarchal society in most part of the country. These institutions are organized with the notion of a male head of a household who has some notion of power, while women live in direct dependency of the male members. On the other hand, there is a continued emphasis on homosocial socialization and enforcement of the public private divide, which forces women to be herded together. Just look at the word that she has used. She says that they are being herded together like cattle, like sheep. They are being herded together, be it at schools or at at homes. She also says that bargaining with patriarchy was a way to say that even within such structures, women do not simply become fear victims, always oppressed and subjugated. Instead, they used to have a little bit of agency, and that agency was because they have something to give. And what they can give, it could be in the terms of sexual gratification, it could be in terms of reproduction, it could be in the potential to bear the male heirs to the family. So, however, despite this apparent superiority, she says that their bargaining did not ever put them into the position of control because they are the ones who are uh, the only vessel to take forward and bring a male heir into the world for that family. So even then, even if that was the condition, if that is what we are looking at, men being at the top, male being wanted, and only one entity, that too a female who can bring that entity to life in this world, even then they were not in the position of control. So that some limited agency that could have ultimately brought them forward was still not there. They have not been able to do that. Why? Because there is this particular concept also. I believe we all watch these Saas Bahu serials that are very popular and people really watch it. They get huge TRP ratings. So they have actually somehow propagated the idea that has etched into the memories, into the intrinsic system of the people, that a woman is a woman's worst enemy. So if you have that being played on the mass media that is being consumed majorly by the woman, you are actually reinforcing the negativity that we do not want. So as a result, the concept of sisterhood becomes a little even more important, because you have to start saying no. We have to start saying no to such depictions that are really being projected in a manner that is so negative. They are not enabling anybody. They are just going ahead and reinforcing the same fact that yes, male are the only people who can go ahead and enable you. Woman really supporting a woman is a thing of myth. It is not something that we should be looking up to. So, if we look into this, one is this competitiveness. Another reason, when I was quoting that figure that only 7% of the women they ask for what they deserve, it is because of something that we call Cinderella concept. Or Cinderella concept is that I will be a very good girl. I'll behave. I'll stay docile. I'll follow the orders. I'll stay within the rules. I'll not really question the status quo that has been established around. And as a result, somebody will notice me for that. And I will automatically get valued over others, and I'll go ahead. So that concept that people will notice if I am being a good girl. Remember when we are growing up, our mothers, our neighbors, our like brothers, sisters, everybody. I have heard very less times being said that to the boys that be a good boy. Majorly, you will see it being said for the girls, be a good girl. You're a good girl, right? If you do this, this is how you will be rewarded. If you do this is how you'll be rewarded. So the role models around them are not really supporting them. That's a reason, all the more a reason for all of us to gear up together and to say that yes, sisterhood is needed. But when I say sisterhood, I'm not saying that people who are judging each other and just sitting together to support each other. What I really mean is people who are able to encourage each other. They are able to celebrate each other's victories. They are able to be there together and lift each other when someone is in the doldrums. They are at maybe the lowest ebb of their lives, emotionally, financially, or relationship wise, wherever. If they are there, that is the true spirit of being a woman. That is what I would say is the requirement, and that is how I look at sisterhood. And because if I share my own experience, so my experience has been so far that I am actually a product of a very enabled parenting. I would say I'm a product of who I am because of my family, because of the friends that I was surrounded with, because of all those hardworking women who have been around me. So if I can just share one incident from my personal life. uh, once we were there in one of the large mass scale events like Mela and something like that. So the event itself is immaterial. So, but we were there. So it was me, my mom, and we were standing amongst a huge, huge crowd. People were jostling around, pushing each other. There we saw that there was this one girl who I think had gotten separated from her family. She was standing there and really looking very upset on the verge of crying. So, Mama, she looked at her and she realizes something is wrong. And the moment she looked at the girl, she also realizes she was surrounded by men around her a lot. And it took her just a couple of seconds to understand what was going on. People there were really uh, teasing her there. So within next 10-15 seconds, Mama pulled me along with her. She was right there in that huge crowd that was really jostling around. She had that power to go, cross over, reach there. And the men who were around, she just slapped a couple of them and she made a huge noise, because of which people around, they all turned around and they saw that there was a girl who was being mistreated by the men. All those men, they were thrown out, they were all held back, and there was a passage, that safe passage, that was created for that girl. So that voice that my mother raised, that voice could have come up from that girl herself also, but she was so scared. She was feeling that shame from within, that she was not able to express it. She was just trying to go through that misery in her own space. So the concept of sisterhood is, that was the first example that I saw, that a female standing up for a female and in the process bringing others around and creating that safe space for that female. That is sisterhood. And that is what is the concept that I would like to believe that we should be carrying it on with. So moving on, although that if we say what is sisterhood, it can actually be this, what I have in front of us. So when women face intersectional challenges, it could be about anything around you. These challenges, they will always include systemic racism. It will always include discrimination. It will include bias, which will lead over to limited access of education. This is what our first keynote speaker was also talking about when I was listening to her. The employment, and it will have impact on their access to healthcare, and it will overall get into their what do I say, an overall well-being of theirs. That is where it is going to impact. Now think about a girl who has had lower opportunities or lesser opportunities of education. She will by default, when it gets into the work domain, into the professional employment domain, she will automatically fall into the domain that is lower paying, right? So if she is into the lower paying jobs, it is any which way is going to take her a long time to rise up. And in the process, she will never ever be the main earning member. It's not to say that each one of the female will be able to become the major earning hand in a family, but at least they would be able to reach their potential, whatever their best potential is. But lowering their opportunities of education lowers their employability aspects, and that goes ahead and limits their healthcare as well, and their opportunity to have that little more agency in their hands so that they can call the shots for themselves. So this is it is all very intricately connected with each other. That's the reason we need to go ahead and talk about sisterhood. Because if in a household, if a mother realizes the value that education is important, she will ensure that her daughter goes and studies. She will ensure that her daughter gets that opportunity to go to a school where she is properly educated. And she will also be there to raise her voice and say that, yes, my daughter, I couldn't maybe go and work, but my daughter is going to go and work. So you will see that a lot of many examples I will keep sharing from my personal life, because I think I am what I am and I'm able to express and have these viewpoints because of my parents. And major force would be my mother as well into this. So what is the power? I keep saying that sisterhood is important. Sisterhood is important. Why? Why is it important? So let's listen to the talk about, sorry, the first point, that is women need women. Why do women need women? I've realized that they need it because many stories have been devoted to the benefits of friendships, especially among women. In one such study, women with a strong supportive circle of friends had much greater chances of survival than the women who were socially isolated. Oh, as I said, I'll keep giving examples about my mom. Woman need woman. How do I say that? Is my mom, there was one couple of nuggets of advices that she's always given me. One, that she had told me that you should have your own set of friends. You should have friends who are not thanks to your husband socializing and their spouses coming over. There can be your extended circle. Go ahead, socialize. But those people will never be your circle. You should have your circle. That is what she said. And second thing, what she had told me was that you should go ahead and work, be financially independent. That was what her insight was. She said, even if you go and earn 100 bucks day one, go ahead and jump at it, because even if it is 100 rupees, you are still making a statement for yourself. Do not shy away from working. You can grow. But when you say that I have financial independence, for that I have my duties, and for those duties I need that time segregated out, you are putting agency into effect. You are actually taking control of your time. Other people are not going to walk into the room and just say into the air that, oh, hi, go ahead, what we were doing the entire day, go ahead, do something positive for me now that I'm home. So nobody lords over you in that manner. At least go ahead, have your own friends, have people with whom you can sit, you can chat, and you can be yourself. So women need women, and women are actually biologically, psychologically, emotionally, at all the levels. There's a reason they are called the nurturers of the entire universe. They are nurturers because they like to connect. They have that deep empathy by default they have. And we just need to tap into that and keep it alive with each other and collaborate it, extend it beyond ourselves. That is number one. And then next is this, sisterhood means deep emotional connections that we form. We are all social animals, and women are especially better. They are able to make deep, long lasting connections. So, because if you have those women through centuries, because they have not been noticed or given value, when you have people with whom you connect deeply, with whom you can be yourself, you are heard, you are seen, and at the same time, you are understood. Just think about it. These three things, although they seem to be very basic, to be seen, to be heard, and to be understood, because they just go through their lives most of the time unappreciated, unattended to, unheard to. Nobody's really paying attention to them. They are like those wheels, spanks in the wheels. Nobody's noticing them. They're just there. So it's amongst the people who are paying attention to you, who see if you are happy, who care if you are sad, who come and give you a big tight hug. Okay, fine, you seem to be unwell today. Take care, sit down, we'll get something for you. So they understand. There's a shared journey that everybody has been through. So that is the reason we need to form those connections that are deep and emotional and meaningful, not just bringing people together and sitting in a kitty party. Kitty party, I'm not saying that kitty party is not a good thing. It is a beautiful thing because people, females, they come together, they have some good time. But those should not be just mere socializing. They should go beyond just socializing. The moment you start connecting, you start supporting, enabling each other. You see somebody has a talent and you go ahead and you notice it in one of the parties and you put it out onto a platform. Say, I'll build up a community for you to, you start creating it, maybe from within the walls of your house. You are enabling them. So the connection becomes meaningful. That's all that I'm saying. Do not let it be just something where you are sitting together and just laughing it out. Although that is also beautiful. I would love the opportunity to do that as well. So, and next, why I say that sisterhood is empowering is because science has long established that sisterhood is good for your health. But that's not the whole story. So sisterhood goes way beyond the realm of the physical. Here, the women are supported, they are empowered. And here, when a woman is empowering a woman, it is not that I have the power, I'm giving it over to you, go ahead, take it. That is when In a patriarchal system, when somebody says, "Oh, I allowed my wife to go and work, I allowed my wife to go and take her own decisions," that word, underline the word allowed. It was, I think, there was this particular movie, Dil Dhadakne Do. So in that, I'm a huge Bollywood buff as well. So in that, there's this character. He says that about his wife. The wife has started her own business. She has established it and she's successful at it, doing very, very good at that. And all that this gentleman, rather than saying yes, she's done it on her own, all he has to say is, I allowed her to do that, as if it was something that you should have in the first place controlled. You shouldn't have controlled. The way you thought it was natural for you to have a career, the same way it should have been natural for her to go ahead and decide if she wants to have a career or she does not want to have a career and how she wants to have it. So, giving that, when a sisterhood concept comes in, we are not saying, I have the power, I'm passing it on to you. What you're saying is, we are there. Go ahead, do what you want to do. So, that's a more natural state of being that you're able to go through. If I may refer to, there is this Suta Saris, that is an online brand that is a visible, lot of beautiful products they're doing. It's an organization that is run by the sisters, and they have women working primarily for them. Then there's another one. It is again a small time venture, again an online venture, again run by sisters. And the USP for them is that the entire crew that they have, out of that, 80% of the people that are working in their enterprise are females. So that is what I call sisterhood. That is why I say that sisterhood is empowering. When you think for them, when you work on that. Recently on Shark Tank also, there was this particular jewelry brand that was put up for uh, receiving investments. So those two sisters, again two sisters, running a brand, and again their entire set of people who had come together was again females. So that is the power of sisterhood. You're giving livelihood, you're enabling their craft, you're giving them an opportunity to go ahead and be together. And together is freeing. When I was saying that it is empowering, they're not passing it on to you, something that they have. They're just telling you it exists amongst all of us. Let's just take it out. So that is how empowering it is. And it is freeing because when we are together, when we are with the women who are trustworthy, whom we want to be there with, whom we know are not going to pull us down, so they are the people, they will always talk of the sense of freedom. They will always talk of that and they'll not be judging you. And because they understood the journey, they have understood the challenges, they can empathize without having to even go back and judge you or you being able to narrate it. You just go and you pour it out and they just know. It is simple accepting of it. And and another example that comes to my mind is together is freeing and sisterhood is power. Is in Northeast, this is a practice that I've heard from my head of the department. She shared that in Northeast there are vigilante groups of the women. If they see that in a society, in a neighborhood, there is a woman who is suffering because of her alcoholic husband or an abusive father, and specifically if it is a alcoholic person, they will all form a group together and they will stand uh, and be ready to vigilantly go ahead and see that that man does not end up hurting the woman. They will be patrolling the entire area in late into the night. All the women together, they'll form that search party. They will be there standing watch. And the moment that man comes in drunkard, they will literally beat the hell out of him, telling him that this is no way for you to live. The day you walk in like this and you create trouble for our sister, we are going to beat the hell out of you, quite literally. That is their stance. That is female vigilantism that is happening there. So that is what I call a true being together is freeing. They are able to come together. Imagine middle of the night, they are standing there for their fellow sister. Nobody has told them that you need to do that, but their own sense of community, sisterhood is what is asking them that, yes, this is where we would like to be. This is how we would like to support you. We're not going to let you suffer. That is the sense of sisterhood. Sisterhood should let us shed our insecurities. Sisterhood should go ahead and they should let us experience our feminine values to the most, to the fullest. We should not be trying to cover ourselves and pass off ourselves as as more masculine, because that is what I've seen. People who are trying to make uh, progress in their careers in the corporates. I do have corporate backgrounds. I've seen some females in their urge to be seen progressive, to be seen ambitious, to be uh, aggressive towards their career growth. They end up taking away the beauty of being a feminine, being able to embrace that, being able to be yourself, feminine, gentle, uh, empathetic, open minded, nurturing. Along with that, if you succeed, there is no success like that. And that is what, when you're together and we are able to give each other that value, yes, there we are there, be what you are, and then grow. That is going to be the most liberating effect. And sisterhood can achieve that for all of us. So while I was thinking it, I was thinking that there are so many examples in the history as well. And this event is being organized by the people of history, the Department of History. So I thought that set me thinking. In history also, there are innumerable examples. I want to be able to target all of them, and your own department would be able to go ahead and share that a lot better with you. But I just picked up two, three. One, Vikings. Vikings. I'm so fond of watching those series about Viking men. But when I looked into the history, I realized that there is a glorious history of Viking women. They are called the shield women of glaciers of Iceland. So they are in Iceland history. That is where they say they were fearless Viking women who wielded swords with the same skill as men. They weren't damsels in distress, but warriors on par with male counterparts. So they were leading expeditions, they were wielding axes, they were defending their settlements without any fear, with unflinching courage. They were doing that. Women warriors par excellence, and also they had a queen that was renowned for her political prowess and wit. They held court. They are not myths. They were real historical figures that stayed there. They are there into the, what do I say, in the very fabric of Iceland's past. And they are whispered, they're spoken of in the sagas, and they're still talked of. And till date in Iceland, they have the world's highest female political representation. They have a very strong, thriving cultural scene that is fueled by women artists, writers, entrepreneurs. So they've proved that the shield woman, the spirit of shield woman, is still burning bright in Iceland. That is one, but that is very far off from our home, right? So let's look closer home. Let's go towards what we call Viranganas. They were the warrior fighters of Rajasthan. Let's look at them. So it is, Rajasthan is not just safaris and camels and deserts. It is a thriving place where we've seen some very brave women coming out and fighting, defending their kingdoms with equal fervor, with equal bravery as men. So they were not a step behind anybody. Just to name a few, I believe Rani Padmini of Chittor, she was a trained fighter into warfare. Along with that, Rani Jodha of Mehrangarh Fort, she was also someone who's very strongly equipped with the warfare strategies. She used to go ahead and consult with everyone for that particular reason. And then if we go to, this is India, we've been to Iceland. Then about Cambodia. Cambodia has an enchanting history. It has vibrant culture, but it has also very strong tale to unfold as well. It's a story of women who faced unimaginable darkness, rising like phoenixes from ashes of war and trauma to rebuild their lives and their communities. So those women, they were responsible for doing that. There were women like Akima. Akima was one of them who was a child soldier. She learned how to disarm landmines. In the previous lecture, ma'am was talking about females walking in and trying to foray into the zones that are so far held by men strongly, being a pilot, being in the army. Think about someone who was equipped with the knowledge of going ahead and understanding how landmines are laid and going ahead and disarming them as well. So she used to walk through fields that were once riddled with death, making them safe for future generations, from farmers to artists, teachers to entrepreneurs. Cambodian women are not victims but warriors. They carry scars of the past with quiet dignity, their eyes holding both the ghosts of hardship and the embers of an unyielding spirit. They are a true mark of what we call as sisterhood. So moving on, if we see this quote by Obama, Michelle Obama, and she has actually written this in her book that is titled "Becoming." She has very strongly and vocally spoken about it. She said that friendships between women, as any woman will tell you, are built on thousands small kindnesses for back and forth over and over again. So what she's trying to tell you is it is a kind of a cycle that perpetuates. It's kind of a cycle that keeps going on. You do a good deed, person becomes emancipated, they become empowered, they go ahead and pass on the tools to the next person. Because it is all, if we look at it, it is also something that is uh, familial as well, because within the family, if the role models are not ones that you can look up to, either you revolt against them because of your own sense of education that you have had, or you go ahead and simply follow it because for the lack of a better person or for a lack of a better way of living. There's no other way of living that people are aware of. So as a result, that this cyclic thing is something that really caught my attention. I really believe that it is strong for all of us. And we should be looking at it. And there is this entire concept also that we talk of, this concept that is called pay it forward. It is something that you will come across at cafes as well. It is not so much of a concept here in India, although it is, I've seen it a couple of places, but not so very commonly taken up. But abroad, it is a huge concept. So that what it says is that if at a cafe they will have paid forward, I am sitting there, I'm having my cup of coffee, and on my way out I leave money with them, not for one cup of coffee, I leave it for two. The second one is pay it forward, somebody else who needs it more will walk in and they'll say that I would like to have that cup of coffee. And that cup of coffee, what I had already paid, becomes that person's. So that person, if that person becomes enabled at any point of time, he will also do the same. So a lot of people, they come in, they pay, and they leave it there. Next time, they themselves can come in if they are in need of it. They are not carrying the money, they will benefit from it as well. So that is a concept of pay it forward. You are leaving it there for somebody who's in need, somebody who is a person that in that circumstance where cannot maybe afford it, it goes in. So this very concept of the practice of responding to a kind gesture by doing something kind to someone else and creating a chain or network of goodwill is what we title as pay it forward. It's way of spreading positivity, kindness, with the hope that individuals will continue to pass it on. If you see at the image also, I chose it because you see it starts with one person being empathetic and it spreads. It is an infinite cyclic helical circle that keep going on. It'll start with a small little uh, gesture, but it'll multiply multifold and will continue having those echoes for years and years to come, for decades to come, in fact. So this concept emphasizes the power of small positive actions to make significant impacts on individuals and communities. So this concept cannot is not just attributed to specific individual. No particular individual has can be said that okay, finally I have created or this person created it, but rather it has roots in various cultural and philosophical traditions. The idea of reciprocal altruism and the importance of kindness is found in many cultures and religions. So it has gained popularity recently because of a movie as well that was, I think, in 1990s, someplace close to about 2 decades ago, there was a movie Pay It Forward that it was uh, converted, it was book converted into a movie as well. So concept of reciprocity is what is at the core. So how does that reciprocity work for sisterhood is because if I am someone who has gone through uh, a wrong deal and one person stood up to help me, I will be more empathetic to, and I will see that it is a possibility. What I saw my mother doing for that girl that day is something that brings me back till today. If there is something wrong that is happening with another female, and I know it is not in line with justice, I do stand up. I do question it. I do go ahead and I say that no, this is not right. Let us sit, have a dialogue. So, if I may say, share here, one day, me along with one of my friends, we were driving down the road. There was this particular uh, traffic light. We had to stop there. And while we were waiting, we saw a girl just rush past the traffic light across the road. She was running, and there was a man running behind her, and she seemed to be very wild with fear and was crying really. So, although when the light turned green, we were going ahead, we just looked at each other, both of us, and we pulled over. We parked the car right there. It wasn't a parking space, proper one, but we parked it, we left it there, and we ran after her, not far away from there. We found her, and we found that they were actually in a relationship together, but the boy had turned abusive. And the girl wanted to end it, the boy didn't want to end it. So we wanted to talk to them. We wanted them to see sense. We wanted the boy to understand that if it is an end, it is an end. You need to accept it. And there are certain parameters that are there in a relationship that you need to go and respect. So what we ended up doing was both of them, of course, the boy was reluctant. We took them home. We sat them down. We talked it out, made the boy see sense, took the boy, girl's number, and we even told the boy that if he harassed her further, we are going to put in a police complaint. Made her, the girl see her rights, put her in touch with the NGOs as well, gave her a couple of numbers. Let's call them up. They are the people, they are ready to help if you reach out for help. So, what I'm trying to say is it is a pay forward concept. If I had not seen my mom raising a voice for other, I doubt whether I would have been able to do it at that point as well. You see, you snigger and you say, okay, fine, my God, that is bad, and let's move on. We should not be moving on. That is what the whole point is. So, and plus, there was this particular Me Too movement as well, where although a lot of flake, also it has gotten a lot of flake as well. But then at the end of the day, I believe that it was something that helped a lot of women who had been suffering quietly throughout their life to air it out and finally get that sigh of relief that yes, it is out of my system. Here, because I'm here at the university, I do get to interact with a lot of students. So while interacting with them, there are few girls who do reach out to you and they do speak about that, ma'am, this is what has happened with me at home. I'm not able to voice it. So if we are not able to voice it, the person needs to find a safe haven where they can at least express that anguish, that depressed, that repressed feeling that they're carrying with themselves all throughout their lives. We do not want them to grow up into beings that are not able to express, that are not able to live the life, reach their whole potential because they've been scarred by someone. So that touch of heal has to be given, and that can be given by one receiving and passing it on to two others, and those two others they take it forward. That is the only way we can go ahead and live. And this concept, I'm actually presenting it as more of a how do I say, a more of a concept, more of a solution to ensuring that the enculturation that happens due to the woman's action, due to woman's role in society is empowering, it is supportive, it is something that is spoken of and recognized. That is how I'm trying to pose it. So if we want to present uh, some steps, how do we go ahead and empower each other? How do we do that? Just few things that I would like to talk of here is to be proactive about getting in touch with the woman in their lives. So what I'm trying to say here is uh, this is also something that I've learned over the years because when I completed my graduation, I had a load of friends. I had friends from both the genders. I'm not trying to say that you should not have friends amongst the other gender. You should have, but the core group that I had somehow gotten out of touch with them. lost in the next phase of life, going ahead and trying to start a journey in profession and personally, but lost in those ties, although they were not active. When I reached out to them, they were as warm as they were. I made a distinctive effort to sustain those friendships, to go ahead and water those relationships again, to make them come to life, to stay warm, to give each other a hug. And now that bunch of friends, they are my lifeline. So proactively look for women who give you that vibe that yes, we are there with you. And the people who are giving you the negative vibes, the people who feel are the ones who are doing the negative thing, they're not really able to uh, get out of that competitiveness that has been ingrained into them due to the systemic biases that have been held against them. So for them, we are not supposed to go ahead and shed them away or sideline them. Find ways to include them with smaller gestures of kindness so that they see that it is a possibility to have people who are empowering. So that is first one. Go ahead, connect with people from across the life walks of life. Do not focus on just one. You meet someone who is maybe from a completely diametrically opposite one. I'm a professor. What am I going to talk about with somebody who's into housekeeping? I believe if I am a professor, I have all the more reason to go ahead and reach out to that female, see where you can fit into her system scheme of things, how you can help her raise go up and go further, how you can give a voice to her needs, her demands. How do we go that so that those beautiful friendships, those meaningful relationships that you forge are going to stand you in good stead later on. So next is I generally say focus on women, not men. What happens is specifically from the corporate perspective, if we look at it, people tend to go and fuss over their bosses a lot, hoping that sooner or later they will get rewarded through promotions, through increments. And more often than not, you have those bosses to be men. Why not become friends with women around and create a social movement because of which not a single injustice is done? And you start demanding salaries. If there are 40% women in the work area, all of them, they band together and demand equality, they will get the equality. So focus on the women around you who can be joining hands with you. That is point number two. Number three, I would like you to choose women who, who support you, who enable you. But in the process, do not do something that puts other people down. So just choose the vibe that you want to surround yourself with. Have a bigger tribe, but amongst that bigger tribe, have a close circle that understands you, that talks the language that, or sorry, that understands the language that you talk, and you understand the language that they talk. So that give and take is easier. That intellectual drive that you are really seeking is really done there. Again, earlier also I said, go deep, make meaningful connections. They might be fewer to begin with, but they are going to serve you for your lifetime. And last one, let us leave that male dominated culture at the door. Let's go ahead and create sisterhood retreats. Following up this, what I want to actually say is teach each other to grow out of patriarchal mindsets. Teach each other to get out of the fears, to set real time goals for yourself. And so that we can be into this world where we can unlearn what we have been told to be like in this society. So that it is a place so that we can actually unlearn the fact that the world is a harsh place, so that we can learn that there is a relationship beyond competition and jealousy, so that we can be there together, empowered, supported, and knowing that we are not alone and we can together achieve this. That is what I would like everyone to do. And I would like to, I come back again to the same image where we are holding hands for with the women from across various walks of life, and we are just leading each other on. Because in the end, I would just end with this quote that says that when sisters come together to heal and empower one another, they pave the way for hope, not just for their lifetime, but for generations before them and those that are yet to come. They break free from generational cycles and trauma, and they foster intergenerational healings. So, in the end, it is about paying it forward in the end. That is what I would like to stress about, that we should be doing and we should be getting into, so that it does not really stay as just a mythical topical thing. It becomes something that we do on daily basis in our everyday life. Wherever we are meeting, we are surrounded by women. We just go and spread that cheer, enable them. That is what I would love to be done around here. And on that note, I would like to say thank you so much. Anybody wants to have any discussion, wants to have a question or two that raises in your mind, I'm open to receiving that. That would be it from my end. Thank you.
Participants are asked to like very much. Participants are requested to ask their queries.
Anybody has any question, you can go ahead and maybe type it down as well, or maybe go ahead and speak it out. Either ways, open for it. I guess that it would be it, ma'am.
Morning, ma'am.
Really, yeah.
My
That's it.
is how we saved ourselves from gender discrimination in the fields of educational institutions.
Again, ma'am, educational, it could be educational institutions or it could be the corporates. Whatever you talk of, gender discrimination is going to be there. So, how we start off is number one, I would like when we are studying, when we are building up our prospects, number one, there are two ways of looking at it. One is to get your education and to get your profile so strong that nobody even goes ahead and thinks of giving you lesser salary than what you deserve. Because within education also, if there is a broad bracket, they would actually be placing women towards a closer lower end and the men towards a higher end. That is one. And number two, I would say when you are in the workspace, when you are there, what we need to outgrow is our own self-inflicted biases. So when I say self-inflicted biases are not being able to raise a question, not being able to go ahead and say that you have given this promotion. We both, my counterpart, my colleague, and me, both of us are at the same position. If it at all, why him, not me? Why? So, giving your own thoughts, your own opinions, a voice is what I would say is important. The moment you see some discrimination, sometimes what we do is, as women, that is why I talked of the Cinderella concept. We believe that we are working diligently, हमने बहुत मेहनत किया है, and we are really putting ourselves there. We are putting extra hours, and we will automatically be given that what do I say? That edge, that go ahead, you have done good work and given that position. But that will not happen. Let's understand that in today's world, it is you pat my back, I'll pat your back. So if that is the case, and brotherhood has, as a concept, existed for so long that people generally find it easier. So, but the moment you get out of that feeling and that kind of self-doubt, should I raise a question? Is it going to put me into the negative? Are they going to really start looking at me, somebody who's a troublemaker? So those kind of self-conflicting questions that we keep going on and on in our mind is what I would like us to stop and not do it. If you feel it is you deserve it, voice it. That is what is extremely, extremely important. Let us just stop that tape that is playing in our mind. That is first that we need to get out of. And second, a woman tend to get into this, what do I say, that pull between being powerful or being docile, or being beautiful, being feminine, and feminine in the sense just very soft spoken and all. If you have a voice, voice it with all the authority that you have, and people will generally start taking you, they'll start respecting you more. It is just how we put it across. Put it across with respect, but put it across with assertion. So the moment we voice it, we are going to get it as well. If we do not voice, we will never be heard. So that discrimination that happens, if it is in terms of promotions, if it is in terms of the responsibilities, prove yourself. I'll just give you one example. Here at SGT, we had one vice chancellor, ma'am. She had joined in, pro vice chancellor, ma'am. She had joined in. She was from the field of law. She was sharing her journey one day with me. She said that in her previous organization where she was working, when she had just joined there was this event, a huge event that was supposed to be organized, and duties were being given off. She got the responsibility of going ahead and arranging the flower decoration for that event. I'm not saying it is a small thing, but she felt that she was capable of much more than that. And when they were looking at it, she said, she voiced it out. She said, give me something stronger and meatier. I can do much more than flower decoration. Give it over to someone who really wants it. I do not want this responsibility. People looked at her and they were like, "Hey, fir aap kya karengi, ma'am?" And she said, I would like to be the one who's looking into the logistics of purchase of the material that is going in. Everybody was skeptical. She said, you can put a second in command if you do not respect me or you do not really think I'll be able to do the justice, but this is where I want to be positioned. So she was positioned there. She got the responsibility. She did it extremely well. It was her opportunity to prove to them that, yes, I can do it. She did it. And from there onwards, she said the toughest assignments, they started coming her way and she grew in her career. So what I'm trying to say here is if something like this happens, we need to voice, we need to speak up and speak up nice and proper. Again, only 7% of the women ask for what they deserve versus 67% of the men. The day it becomes equal, the day we see that parity of voices being heard, nobody would even dare to go ahead and rush or run over the woman and say that, okay, the medal goes over to the man. They will have to think, they'll have to weigh, and they'll have to make it very justifiable. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you.
Anyone else would like to ask something?
Is there any other question? Is there anyone question?
Is there anyone question? Good morning, ma'am. I would like to share my feedback to you. I don't have any queries. Really, it was a great interaction with you about the sisterhood. We have learned a lot from you. Thank you for being as a. Thank you for sharing your information. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the appreciation. I hope I was able to share. All I said was I'm trying to bring what my opinion is, what I have experienced around me. So I thought I would like to share it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear ma'am, for your insightful presentation. May I now call upon Dr. Jayanti Almeida to propose the vote of thanks. Good afternoon, all. The essence of all beautiful art is gratitude. Yes, we extend a heartfelt gratitude to Ms. Arvinder Kaur Popla for her enlightening and inspiring session on sisterhood unleashed, empowering women through shared challenges and culture. Her insightful exploration of the intricate bonds that connect women across challenges and cultural diversities have left us enriched and empowered. Ms. Pavlov's expertise and passion for the subject illuminated the significance of unity among women, translate to promoting empowerment and their ability to articulate. the essence of sisterhood. Ms. Pavlov's illustrations from history and her personal experiences highlighted bridging of the past, present, and future of women empowerment. On behalf of the organizing committee and all the participants, we express our sincere thanks to Ms. Arvinder Kaur Pavla for gracing us with her wisdom and fostering a sense of solidarity. We look forward to implementing the valuable insights gained during this session in our respective journeys. We thank you once again, Ms. Pavla, for your invaluable and contribution. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. As we are about to begin our second session, may I now call Dr. D. Vinoba Gladys, Assistant Professor of History, to welcome our resource person, Dr. V. Venkatraman, former Principal, Head and Associate Professor of History, Rajapalayam Raju College.
Good afternoon to all. It's my pleasure to extend a cheerful welcome to all gathered here for the second session of today's event. I am profoundly delighted to take an opportunity to introduce and welcome the resource person for the second session, Dr. V. Venkatraman, former principal, head and associate professor of history, Rajapalayam Raju's College. It's an honor to be graced by the presence of such an accomplished author to accept our invitation to join us today. Sir served as a member syndicate at Madurai Kamaraj University, Madurai, member syndicate conveners committee, Madurai Kamaraj University, Madurai, consultant for Canadian Red Cross Society, relief coordinator, tsunami relief, and sir completed international project from 2005 and 2006. Sir is one of the member of National Disaster Response Team and also Sir served 11 international and state level awards and recognitions. Sir is the author of 2 international and 17 national research oriented books in Indian national movement, and Sir produced 14 PhD scholars and gaining 4 PhD scholars, and Sir served as the local secretary of South Indian History Congress and South Indian Numismatic Society Conference in the year 2013, and resource person for the orientation refresher courses of Madurai Kamaraj University, Bharatdasan University Trichy, Bharatiyar University Coimbatore. Sir served as the Vice Chancellor nominee to select 18 principals of affiliated colleges of Madurai Kamaraj University and also as the member of Board of Studies in various universities. We are enlightened to have you amidst us today. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Now the session is open to you, sir.
Can you able to hear me?
Yeah, it's audible, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay. Is it okay?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So very nice to meet all of you in the very thirst of hour. Time is now 1. So I am not taking much of your time. You have already received the messages from Dr. Parvati Menon, my good friend from Trandram, and Dr. Kaur from Gurgaon. So I have received many messages from Dr. Gaur and Parvati Menon regarding the lifestyle of women past and present. Now I am taking you, all of you, to the yet another one more session. Before starting my presentation, I would like to thank Sister C. Sivana, the Secretary of St. Mary's College, Tuticorin, Sister Jessie Fernando, the Principal of our college, Sister Kulandai Teresa, Deputy Principal, Sister Josephine Jairani, Director SSC, and Dr. Malini Bernald, head of the Department of History of St. Mary's College at Tuticorin. I feel very glad to meet you, all of you, in this present hour. So my topic is on women past and present, their freedom and rights at the crossroads in colonial Tamil Nadu, period from 1917 to 1947. You know very well that women were treated like imperfect men in those days. Though women occupied almost 50% of the population of our country, but they were discriminated on the basis of the sex. In the meantime, the discriminatory condition in India was worse than that of the rest of the world. The position of Indian women was miserable. Orthodox customs, age-old conversations, and prevalence of a joint family system were the major factors responsible for the injustice done towards women. So these are all the things available in the yesteryears. But nowadays, the things has been totally changed. Even though it has been changed, but we have to know something more about our elder past. The women faced extreme levels of exploitation. And they had to clearly defined norms of society and had been looked down upon as menial slaves. They were deprived of the rights of equality. Women were not given proper rights, not in the form of getting shares in their assets, father assets, or in the family assets, or nothing. They were subject to prejudice by dominant of patriarchy. By and large, one such area where a lot of evils had crept in. It was regarding the question of the status of women. The women were considered as imperfect men. This is the question I have raised from you. பெண்கள் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாலே நான் தமிழ்ல வர்றதுக்கு உங்களுக்கு காரணம் வந்து டைம். Imperfect men. Women are equivalent to imperfect men. அப்படின்னா ஆண்களில் மோசமானவர்கள் அப்படின்னு யார் இருக்காங்களோ அவர் நிலைக்குத்தான் பெண்கள் கருதப்பட்டார். So I'm talking about the period from 1905 to 47, just before getting the independence of our country. We have the women folk of the India had faced multi-level problems with the male-dominated society. The general code of values of women were associated with and arose from the condition of subordination and powerlessness. So these are all the terminology we can apply. Whatever the terminology applied in the form of slaveness of women in the yesteryears. Women in India were treated as a matter of joy and a source of amusement. In those period, பெண்கள் எல்லாமே வெறும் போதைக்கும் தங்களுடைய தாகத்திற்கும் தான் ஆண்கள் பயன்படுத்தி வந்தார்கள் அப்படின்னு பத்தி நீங்க ஏற்கனவே 2 பேரோட லெக்சர்ஸ் கேட்டிருப்பீங்க. But they were used like a machine of procreation. பெண்கள் எல்லாமே உற்பத்தி தயாரிக்கின்ற இயந்திரங்கள் மாதிரி தான் பயன்படுத்தப்பட்டார்கள். The age-old Shastras considered women as the slaves of their fathers when they were young. குழந்தைகளா இருக்கின்ற பெண்கள் அப்பாவுக்கு அடிமையா இருக்கின்றார்கள். When they were of their husbands, when they were middle aged, ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட வயது வந்த பிறகு கணவனுக்கு அடிமையா இருக்கின்றார்கள். அப்புறம் ஏஜ் ஆன உடனே தன்னுடைய குழந்தைகளுக்கு ஆண் குழந்தைகளுக்கு அடிமையா இருக்கின்றார்கள். Even they were not given to choose their spouse. அந்த காலத்துல பெண்கள் தன்னுடைய வருங்கால கணவரை தேர்ந்தெடுப்பது கூட அந்த காலத்தில் உரிமை மறுக்கப்பட்டது என்பது ஒரு அநியாயமான செயல் என்பது கருதப்படுகின்றது. Widows were forced to lead an isolated life in the dark of corners of the houses. பெண்கள் எல்லாம் விடோவா இருந்தாங்கன்னா அவங்க வீட்டை விட்டு இருட்டை விட்டு வெளியே வரவே முடியாது. அவர்களை பார்ப்பதே ஒரு துரதிருஷ்டவசமான செயல் என்று சொல்லுகின்ற அந்த காலம். Even though a sizable number of women in Tamil Nadu were talented in arts and literature, they were not provided with the proper chance to expose their talents. இவ்வளவுதான் அவங்களுக்கு வந்து இலக்கியத்திலும் மற்ற துறையிலும் அவர்களுக்கு ஆர்வம் இருந்தாலும் கூட அவர்களுக்கு எந்த ஒரு மதிப்பும் வழங்கப்படவில்லை. எக்ஸப்ட் கோயில்களில் அவர்கள் பரதநாட்டியம் கொடுப்பதற்காக மட்டுமே அவர்கள் பயன்படுத்தப்பட்டார். In some families, women had to expose their talents only for the pleasure of the family, but not for their self-satisfaction. அந்த குடும்பத்திற்காகத்தான் ஏதாவது பண்ணிக்கலாமே ஒழிய மற்ற ஓப்பனாவே எல்லாருக்குமே பண்ண முடியாது. Generally, the women in India were basically impulsive throughout their life in the sense that they could never go beyond the limits. தங்களுடைய ஒரு லிமிட்டுக்கு மேல அவர் எந்த இதுக்கும் சொல்ல முடியாது. அந்த லிமிட்ஸ், வாட் ஆர் த லிமிட்ஸ் அண்ட் லிமிடேஷன்ஸ் அப்படி பாக்குறப்போ, லிமிட்ஸ் தட் வேர் ஃபோர்ஸ்டு பை தி சோ கால்டு மேல் டாமினேட்டட் சொசைட்டி. தே வேர் ஃபோர்ஸ்டு டு லீவ் சஃபகேட்டட் லைஃப். மூச்சு திணறல் இருக்கக்கூடிய அளவுக்கு தான் வாழ்க்கை இருந்தது. அதே போல வேரியஸ் ஃபேக்டர்ஸ் சச் எஸ் ஸ்ப்ரெட் ஆஃப் வெஸ்டர்ன் எஜுகேஷன், connection with the Western world, emergence of social reform movements, and a role played by the press media. Particularly, the press labored hard to prove and also pave the strong platform for the deliverance of the women from the fabricated slavery. அவர்களுக்கு பகுத்தறிவு சிந்தனைகள், பிற்காலத்தில் ஏற்பட்ட சமூக சீர்திருத்த மாற்றங்கள், பத்திரிகையுடைய பங்களிப்பு போன்றவை எல்லாம் அவர்களுக்கு பிற்காலத்துல வெளிச்சத்திற்கு கொண்டு வந்தார். நான் சொல்வது அண்டர் 1947 சரி, வாட் இஸ் விமன் லிபரேஷன்? விமன் லிபரேஷன் அப்படிங்கிற கான்செப்ட்ல நிறைய பேர் நிறைய சொல்றாங்க. பட் ஐ வுட் லைக் டு கிவ் த 10 commandments ஆஃப் சுப்பிரமணிய பாரதி. பாரதி, who frequently wrote many articles on the issue of women in the Indian society, especially the Tamil society. Bharati wrote frequent articles in his Sudeshimitra newspaper, and he also explained about what is the meaning of the word liberty of women. பெண் விடுதலை என்றால் என்ன என்று அவர் 10 கட்டளைகளை கொடுத்திருக்கின்றார்கள். இந்த 10 கட்டளை இன்றைக்கும் நம்ம பார்க்கலாம், பொருள்படுகின்றதா அப்படின்னு பார்க்கலாம். நான் ஒன்னொன்னா சொல்றேன். இதை முக்கியமா நீங்க எல்லாரும் நோட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. வெரி வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் when you are writing or reading articles on women liberation by the Tamil literature and by the Tamil poets. The first one of Bharati, the women should not get married before attaining puberty. அந்த காலத்துல பெண் ருதுவாருக்கு முன்பாகவே திருமணம் என்பது சர்வசாதாரணமான விஷயம். நான் பின்னால ஸ்லைட்ஸை காட்டுறேன். ஏஜ் 0 to 1, அதாவது பிறந்த குழந்தை 1 வயசு ஆகுறதுக்குள்ளேயே 1515 பேர், நான் சொல்றது 1938, according to the report that was made by மாதர் மறுமணம் from காரைக்குடி newspaper, it exhibited the worst condition prevailed in the Hindu society, that Hindu widows were listed out in the year 1937. அப்படி பாக்குறப்போ 1515 பேர் இந்தியாவில், குறிப்பா சென்னை மாகாணத்துல 1515 பேர் 0 முதல் 1 வயது வரை. அப்ப என்ன அர்த்தம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, பிறந்த உடனேயே அந்த குழந்தைக்கு திருமணம் என்பது அது காமனான விஷயம், அது இருக்கக்கூடாது அப்படின்னு சொல்றாரு. அதாவது ஒரு பெண் ருதுவாகின்றதுக்கு பின்னால்தான் அவளை திருமணம் செய்து கொள்ள வேண்டுமே ஒழிய குழந்தை திருமணத்தை யாரும் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளக்கூடாது என்பது அவருடைய ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கட்டளை. 2வது, they should not be forced to marry a man whom they don't like to marry. ஒரு ஆணை கம்பல் பண்ணி திருமணம் செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள் என்று அந்த சமுதாயம் சொல்லுகின்ற பொழுது, அது அவளுக்கு பிடிக்கவில்லை என்று சொன்னால் அவரை நிராகரிக்கலாம் என்று சொல்கிறார். After marriage, they should be given right to leave their husbands and they should not be criticized as a result of their separation. ஒரு பெண் திருமணமான உடனே, அந்த காலத்து இந்த கூட்டு குடும்ப முறை என்பது சிறந்த முறைதான். ஆனால் கூட்டு குடும்பத்துல இளம் வயது திருமணம் முடிந்த பின்பு அவர்கள் தனித்தனியாகத்தான் இருக்கப்பட வேண்டும். அந்த நிலை இருக்கக்கூடாது. அவர்கள் தனியாக வாழ்வதற்கு உரிமை வழங்க வேண்டும். ஒருவேளை கருத்து பரிமாற்றத்துல, ஒரு கருத்து பிரச்சனையில அவர்கள் பிரிய நினைத்தால் அவர்களுக்கு நாம் அந்த உரிமையும் வழங்க வேண்டும் அப்படின்னு சொல்றாங்க. The women should be given equal share in the ancestral property. தங்களுடைய தந்தை அதுக்கு முந்தைய காலத்தில் இருந்த சொத்துக்கள் அனையுமே ஆண்களுக்கும் இணையாக பெண்களுக்கும் இணையாக வழங்க வேண்டும். சொத்துக்கள்ல ஈக்குவல் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி ஷேர் வேணும் அப்படிங்கிறார். இது வந்து it was projected by Bharati in the year 1918, but it was came into action only in the year 1989. அதாவது டாக்டர் கலைஞர் அவருடைய மந்திரி சபையில 1989ஆம் ஆண்டு தான் பெண்களுக்கு சம உரிமை, பங்கு சொத்தில் சம உரிமை என்ற ஒரு சட்டம் கொண்டு வரப்பட்டது. ஏறக்குறைய 80 ஆண்டுகள் 75 ஆண்டுகள் கழித்த பின்புதான் அந்த சட்டமே நமக்கு நடைமுறைக்கு கொண்டு வரப்பட்டது. விமன் should be given the right to live without marriage. ஒருவேளை இந்த பெண் திருமணமே வேண்டாம் என்று சொன்னால் அவளை விட்டுவிட வேண்டும். அவளை கம்பல் பண்ணி ஃபோர்ஸ் பண்ணி திருமணத்திற்கு உந்தப்படுத்தக்கூடாது. The conservative conditions such as women should not talk to men other than her husband should be overthrown. ஒரு பெண் தன் கணவரை தவிர வேற யாரையுமே திருமணம் செய்யக்கூடாது என்று சொல்லுகின்ற அந்த பிரச்சனையை மாற்றப்பட வேண்டும். குறிப்பாக அவள் விரும்பினால் யாரிடம் வேண்டுமானாலும் பேசலாம், பேசுவதற்கு அந்த காலத்தில் உரிமை இல்லை என்பதை இந்த சட்டளை மூலமாக அவர் காட்டுகின்றார். Women should be given opportunities to all branches of higher education as men. ஆண்களுக்கு இணையாக பெண்களும் வேலைவாய்ப்பை பெற்றுக்கொள்ள வேண்டும். வேலைவாய்ப்புகளுக்கு சம உரிமை அவங்களுக்கு வழங்கப்பட வேண்டும். இது இன்னைக்கு வரைக்கும் நமக்கு நடைமுறை சாத்தியம் இல்லை. இப்போதான் 30% நம்ம பார்லிமெண்ட்ல பில்லா கொண்டாந்து இன்னமும் அதை ஓகே பண்ணாம வச்சிருக்கோம். There should be no obstacle for women getting into employment. வேலைக்கு செல்வதற்கு எந்த ஒரு தடையும் நம்ம காட்டக்கூடாது. Number 10, the women should be given proper share in government administration and politics. அரசியலிலும் நிர்வாகத்திலும் பொது நிர்வாகத்திலும் அவர்களுக்கு சம அளவு அந்தஸ்தினை வேலை வாய்ப்பினை உருவாக்கப்பட வேண்டும் என்று அந்த
It's gone offline. Offline network problem. There. Yes, please.
இத்தனை வாட்ஸ்அப்ல வச்சு திரும்பதான் registration பண்ணி கொடுத்தாரு. இல்ல depression வந்து problem இல்ல வராண்டே சார்ந்து தேவைகள் இது நமக்கு ப்ராப்ளம் இல்லை. நமக்கு சார் என்ன
അവിടെ സ്റ്റക്ക് ആയിരിക്കാം. അല്ലല്ല സാർ സംസാരിക്കും.
മഴക്ക് അൺമ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ അൺമ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ
hello, are you okay?
Yeah, it is audible, sir, now.
Okay. So these are all the other sides of women issues in India. Female illiteracy, no property rights to women, no employment opportunity for women, widowhood problems, sexual inequality inside family, lack of healthcare measures, dowry, parda, no right to divorce for women. And these are all the other sides of women issues. And what are all the protective measures made by the British authorities in those periods? There are so many legal proceedings were passed by the British government. The first one was very important, that the Divorce Act of 1869, Hindu Widows Remarriage Act of 1856, Immoral Traffic Prevention Act of 1956, Registration of Marriage Act of 1908, the Commission of Sati Prevention Act, Indian Penal Code 1860, the Hindu Marriage Act 1955, Child Marriage Restriction Act 1929, the Guardian and Wards Act 1869, Indian Succession Act 1925, Abolition of Devada System 1949. What is the role played by the press during the period? So there are so many activities made by the nationalist press and also conservative press. Both sides of the press opened a new windows and elevation for the liberty of the Indian women in general, and also Tamil press in particular. The press voiced for voting right, and the liberal press supported for women related legislations. The press voiced the compulsory female education, etc. The press felt happy to expose the educational achievements of women, and also it consoled the parents not to send their girls to missionary and co-education institutions. And also so many things were also supported by the press in general. They were freed from the dark corners of the houses and the darkest customs of the society. After making so many அதிகமான பத்திரிகையில் அவங்க செய்திகளை வெளியிட்டதுனால அந்த பத்திரிகையின் மூலமாக ஒரு எதையெல்லாம் அவர்கள் பெற்றார்கள் அப்படிங்கிறது பார்க்கணும். Their white sarees were colored by press ink. வெள்ளை சேலை உடுத்தி கொண்டிருந்த பெண்களுக்கு பத்திரிகையினுடைய கலர்மை அது வண்ணமாக மாற்றியது அப்படின்னு சொல்றோம். They can stand on their own foot because of their property rights, employment opportunities. அவங்களுக்கு வேலைவாய்ப்பு கிடைத்தது, பணி கிடைத்தது, சொத்தில் உரிமை கிடைத்தது, மறு திருமணம் செய்து கொள்ளலாம். யங் விடோஸ் ஈஸியாக அடுத்த முறை திருமணம் செய்வதற்கான வாய்ப்பை ஏற்படுத்தி கொடுத்த பத்திரிகை. அதே சமயத்தில் லிபரல் ஐடியாஸ் imparted by the press made this change regarding working women. Their work pains and doubled because the husbands are not ready to share their wives' household duties. ஆக பணிக்கு செல்கின்ற பொழுது நிறைய விஷயங்கள் அவர்கள் பல விதமான இடத்திற்கு செல்வதற்கான வாய்ப்பை ஏற்படுத்தப்பட்டது. இதெல்லாம் பத்திரிகையினுடைய பங்களிப்பு அப்படின்னு பார்க்கிறோம். The press cared for the women's health when nobody cared for. அவங்களுக்கு அந்த பெண்களுக்கு உடல்நல பாதிப்பு ஏற்படுகின்ற பொழுது பத்திரிகை மூலமாகத்தான் பல்வேறுபட்ட விஷயங்கள், சில விஷயங்களை பொறுத்த மட்டும் அவர்கள் சாம்பிள்ஸ் எடுத்து பெண்களுக்கு பனிக்காலங்கள் என்ன பிரச்சனை வரும், அவங்களுக்கு என்ன மாதிரி ஒரு ப்ரிகாஷனரி மெஷர்ஸ் கொடுக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறது கூட பத்திரிகை மூலமாகத்தான் அவர்கள் கண்டறிந்தார்கள். ஸோ அந்த வகையில இட் ப்ரெஷர்ட் த கவர்மெண்ட் டு அரேஞ்ச் ஹெல்த் அம்யூனிட்டிஸ் டு விமென். வேலை பார்க்கின்ற இடத்துல, பணிக்கு செல்கின்ற இடத்துல, கல்விக்கு செல்கின்ற இடத்துல அவர்களுக்கு என்று சில முக்கியமான சில ஹெல்த் ப்ரீ ஆக்குபேஷன்ஸ் எல்லாம் பண்ணி கொடுக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறத பத்திரிகை தான் எடுத்து கொடுத்தது. த விமன் பெர்ஃபார்மர்ஸ் ஆஃப் த ஸ்டேஜ் அண்ட் சில்வர் ஸ்கிரீன்ஸ் ஆஃப் தோஸ் டேஸ். அந்த காலத்தில் இந்த பெண்களுடைய நாட்டியம் பிளஸ் அவர் சினிமா போன்ற வகைகளுக்கும் செல்வதற்கும் கூட அவர்களுக்கு பாராட்டுகளை தெரிவித்து அவர் செய்கின்ற விஷயங்களை பல முறை அவர்கள் பாராட்டி கொடுக்கின்ற நிலைமை பத்திரிகை ஏற்படுத்தி கொடுத்தது அப்படிங்கிற பார்க்கிறோம். ஆகையில பிரஸ்ஸை பொறுத்த மட்டும் தன்னுடைய பங்களிப்பை மிக மிக முக்கியமாக கொடுத்தது. எஸ்பெஷலி விமன் ஓரியன்டட் பிரஸ் அண்ட் பிரஸ் ஹூ சர்வ்ட் ஃபார் த விமன் இட்செல்ஃப். அதாவது பெண்களால் நடத்தப்பட்ட பத்திரிகைகள், பெண்களுக்காக பிறர் நடத்திய பத்திரிகைகள் அப்படி ரெண்டா பிரிக்கலாம். அந்த வகையில பாக்குறப்பதான் நம்ம இந்த பத்திரிகையுடைய பங்களிப்பை பார்க்கிறோம். ஸோ நவ் we can see the some of the stages of the development. Women candidates in the legislative council, அந்த டேபிள் நம்பர் 1 பாத்தீங்கன்னா you can see the year 1921 number of women candidates only 3, 1947 only 2, 1952 only 5, 1953 only 4, 1954 only 4 members were allowed to sit along with the other members, male members of the Madras Legislative Assembly. Next slide, from the Legislative Assembly 1937 to 62, 37 9, 46 11, 1952, 1, 1957, 12, 1962, 14 members were allowed in the sitting in the along with the male members of the legislative assembly, Madras Legislative Assembly. This particular table is also giving much more idea about number of girls at schools among overall population of the year 1912. 1912 சென்னையில எத்தனை பேர் படித்தார்கள்? என்ன பெர்சன்டேஜ் பார்க்குறப்போ 7.2 தான். டோட்டல் பார்க்குறப்போ பெண்களுக்கு 51% அவங்களுக்கு வாய்ப்பு வழங்கப்பட்டதாக சொல்லப்பட்டாலும் கூட ஒன்லி 10 lakhs ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் தான் பெண்களை எல்லாம் நம்ம என்டையர் மெட்ராஸ் பிரசிடென்சியில் அவர்கள் குறிப்பாக சென்னை மாகாணம் மட்டும் கிடையாது, த்ரூ அவுட் இந்தியாவிலேயே அவ்வளவுதான் மொத்தமாக படித்தார்கள் அப்படின்னு பார்க்கணும். அடுத்த ப்ரொபோர்ஷன் ஆஃப் மென் அண்ட் விமன் பிரான்ச்சைஸ் இன் செவரல் ப்ராவின்சஸ். ஒவ்வொரு மாகாணத்திலும் அவர்களுக்கு எத்தனை பேருக்கு வாய்ப்பு கிடைக்கப்பட்டது? மெட்ராஸ் பொறுத்த மட்டும் 1 to 10, பாம்பே 1 to 19, பெங்கால் 1 to 26, யுனைடெட் ப்ராவின்ஸ் 1 to 22, அப்படி பார்க்குறப்ப அஸ்ஸாம் 1 to 114. This is the table. Only the qualification for number of women எந்த பதவியில எப்படி இருந்தாங்க அப்படிங்கிறத மேக்ஸிமம் இந்த ப்ராவின்ஸ் பேஸ்டு தான் கொடுத்துருக்கோம். மெட்ராஸுக்கு 4.1 தான், அண்ட் பாம்பே 4.1, பெங்கால் 4.1, 4:1, சாரி நாட் 4.1, 4:1. ஸோ இந்த லெவலில் தான் எல்லாமே ஏற்கனவே பார்க்குறப்போ 4:1 தான் நமக்கு பெண்களுக்கு கொடுக்கப்பட்ட வாய்ப்பு. 4 ஆண்களுக்கு ஒரு பெண் அப்படிங்கிற விகிதாச்சாரம் தான் அன்றைக்கு நமக்கு பெண்களுக்கு வழங்கப்பட்டது. நம்பர் ஆஃப் விமன் ஓட்டர்ஸ் அண்டர் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி குவாலிஃபிகேஷன். அந்த காலத்தில் ஓட்டிங் ரைட் எல்லாருக்கும் கொடுக்கப்படவில்லை, ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி பேஸ்ட் தான் வழங்கப்பட்டது. யாருக்கெல்லாம் ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிக்கு மேலே சொத்து இருந்ததோ அவங்களுக்கு மட்டும்தான் அது வழங்கப்பட்டது. அது மெட்ராஸில் எப்படி இருந்தது? எத்தனை பேருக்கு கொடுக்கப்பட்ட? 8:1. அதே மாதிரி ஒவ்வொரு இடத்துல பார்க்குறப்போ அஸ்ஸாமில் 27:1, 27 பேருக்கு 1, மெட்ராஸில் 8 பேருக்கு 1, பாம்பேல 59 பேருக்கு 1, அப்படிங்கிற ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி பேஸ்டு அவங்களுக்கு இந்த பிரான்ச்சைஸ் தான் அவங்களுக்கு வழங்கப்பட்டது. ஓட்டிங் ஸ்ட்ரென்த் பிட்வீன் மென் அண்ட் விமன். மெட்ராஸ்ல விமன் எத்தனை கொடுத்துருக்காங்க பாருங்க, ஒன்லி 3,45,000 அத்தனை பேர் தான் கொடுக்கப்பட்டது. அதே மாதிரி அஸ்ஸாம் வரைக்கும் பார்க்குறப்ப எத்தனை ஸ்டேட்டஸ் நீங்க பார்க்கலாம். ஓட்டிங் பாப்புலேஷன் இன் அர்பன் அண்ட் ரூரல் ஏரியாஸ். மெட்ராஸ்ல அர்பன் ஓட்டு 6 lakhs, ரூரல் ஓட்டு 66 lakhs. ஸோ இவ்வளவு தான் மேக்சிமம். அதாவது பார்க்குறப்போ மேலே காட்டிலும் மோர் தென் அவங்களுக்கு மினிமம் ஏஜ் தான் அவங்களுக்கு வழங்கப்பட்டது என்பது இந்த ஸ்டடிஸ் மூலமா பார்க்க முடியுது. ஏஜ் வைஸ் கிளாசிஃபிகேஷன் ஆஃப் சைல்டு மேரேஜ் இன் தி மெட்ராஸ் பிரசிடென்சி 1901 to 1931. ஏஜ் குரூப், பெர்சன்டேஜ் ஆஃப் கேர்ள்ஸ் மேரீடு பிலோ 1 year 0.8. அதாவது ஒரு வயசுக்குள்ளேயே எத்தனை பேர் திருமணம் பண்ணாங்கன்னா 0.8 ரேஷியோல அவங்களுக்கு திருமணம். 1 to 2 years 1.2, 2 years to 3 years 2 point, அப்படி பார்க்க 10 years to 13 years பார்க்குறப்போ only 38%. So this is the worst condition prevailed in the so-called that Hindu society in the Madras presidency. Age-wise classification, number of girls married, இதுவும் ஒரு statistics regarding their marriage status in the Madras presidency. Next slide. Early marriages held in Bombay presidency in 1921. சிறு வயது திருமணம், குழந்தை திருமணம் less than 1 year நம்ம மெட்ராஸ் பிரசிடென்சி பார்த்தோம். இது பாம்பே பிரசிடென்சி 1 yearக்கு ஒரு வருஷத்துக்குள்ள 1666, ஒரு வயசுல 2 வயசுக்குள்ள 1671, அப்படி இப்போ 10 வயசுல இருந்து 15 வயசுக்குள்ள 4,98,000 பேர் திருமணத்தை பெற்றிருக்கு 1921 சென்சஸ்ல. 1911 child widows in the Madras presidency in 1911 less than 31. அதாவது நான் சொல்றது குழந்தை பிறந்து ஒரு வயசுக்குள்ள சென்னை மாகாணத்துல விடோஸ் எண்ணிக்கை அப்படின்னு பாக்குறப்போ 31 பேர். 1 year to 2 years 34. அப்படியே பார்த்தோன்னா 15 வயசுக்குள்ள விடோஸ் ரேஷியோ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 23,000 பிளஸ். இந்த அளவுக்கு தான் சென்னை மாகாணத்துல குறிப்பாக சவுத் மோஸ்ட்ல இருந்த விதவைகள் எத்தனை பேர் இருந்த திருமணத்துக்கு அப்புறம் விதவைகளா இருந்தார்கள். இது இந்தியால ஆல் இண்டியா ரேஷியோ பார்க்குறப்போ ஏஜ் ஆஃப் 1க்குள்ள மேரீடு மொத்தம் 11,612 பேர் அக்கார்டிங் டு தி சென்சஸ் ஆஃப் 1911. அது என்ன சொல்லுதுன்னா 13,000 பேர் திருமணம் பண்ணாங்கன்னா அதுல 1000 பேர் விதவைகள். அப்படியே பார்க்குறப்போ ஏஜ் பாருங்க, கம்பேர் பண்ணி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஏஜ் 4ல 1,36,000 பேர் திருமணம் செய்தார்கள். விடோஸ் 9,273. அதே போல 5 to 10 அப்படி பார்க்குறப்போ 22,19,778 பேர் திருமணம் செய்திருக்கின்றார்கள். அதுல விடோஸ் வந்து 94,000 பிளஸ். ஸோ இந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு ஸ்டேட்டஸ் தான் விமனுக்கு அந்த காலத்துல கொடுக்கப்பட்டது. Now we come to see what I have already told you, that widows ratio in the Madras presidency. Widows under the age of 25, 2,39,000 பேர், ஹையஸ்ட் இன் இந்தியா. அதாவது இந்தியாவிலேயே அதிகமான பெண் விதவைகள் அப்படிங்கிறது பார்க்குறப்போ 1935க்கு முன்னால இது வந்து அக்கார்டிங் டு தி ஸ்டடிஸ்டிக்ஸ் மேட் பை ரிப்போர்ட் மேட் பை the newspaper called Madar Marmanam, published from Karaikudi in the year 1937. The 1935 ratio also now giving the truth about that the status of widows in under the age of 25 in Madras presidency is the highest in India. Widows remarriages in 1934 only 25, which is very lowest in India. Widows remarriages in 1935 38, lowest in India. இந்தியாவிலே குறைந்த எண்ணிக்கையில தான் குழந்தை திருமணம் மறு திருமணம் நடத்தப்பட்டது அப்படிங்கிறது இந்த ஸ்டடிஸ் மூலமா பார்க்குறோம். இங்க பார்க்க போறது விடோஸ் இன் இந்தியா ஓவரால் கண்டிஷன்ஸ். as already mentioned to you, 0 to 1 1515, 1 to 2 1785, 10 to 15 1,86,339 பேர் இந்தியாவில் 1937ல விடோஸ் என்று கணிக்கப்பட்டது. அதுவும் மாதர் மறுமணம் என்ற பத்திரிகை மூலமாக இந்த செய்தியை பார்க்கிறோம். நம்பர் ஆஃப் ரீமேரிடு விடோஸ் ஃப்ரம் த இயர் 1915 to 1924. எத்தனை பேர் மறு திருமணம் செய்து கொண்டார்கள்? விதவை மறு திருமணம் அப்படி பார்க்குறப்போ இந்த ரீமேரி விடோஸ் ரேட்டை பொறுத்த மட்டும் 1915ல only 12, 1916ல only 13, 1917ல 31, 1918 40, 1924ல 1,600 பேர். முதன்முறையான இந்தியா தமிழ்நாட்டில் தமிழ் மாகாணத்துல the first widow remarriage activity was held at Arupukottai under the able guardianship of Ivera Periyar. The first case was reported there in Arupukottai in the year 1927. அவர் தான் விதவை மறு திருமணம் அப்படிங்கிற கொள்கையை தன்னுடைய இயக்கத்தின் மூலமாக அங்கே நடைமுறைப்படுத்துகின்றார். இது வந்து த்ரூ அவுட் இந்தியாவில், பட் இந்தியா தமிழ்நாட்டை பொறுத்த மட்டும் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கேஸ் தான் ரிப்போர்ட்டட் இந்த இயர் 1927. இது அது மாதிரி விடோட ஸ்டேட்டஸ் தான். அடுப்பூதும் பெண்களுக்கு படிப்பதற்கு, பானை சுரண்டும் பெண்களுக்கு படிப்பதற்கு. This is a common quotation that was used by the pro-women, anti-women activists. அதாவது பெண்களுக்கு எதிரான இயக்கங்களை நடத்தி கொண்டிருந்த சில பத்திரிகையாளர்கள் அவர்கள் பத்திரிகையில இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு வாசகத்தை அடிக்கடி பயன்படுத்த ஆரம்பித்தார்கள். அடுப்பு ஊதும் பெண்ணிற்கு படிப்பு எதற்கு? அவங்க வந்து சமையலறை மட்டும் தான் இருக்கணுமே ஒழிய அவங்க வந்து வரக்கூடாது. அதே சமயத்துல பானை சுரண்டுகின்றவர்கள், அதாவது பானையை கழுவி சமைக்கு மட்டும்தான் அவங்க பயன்படுத்தப்பட வேண்டும் அப்படிங்கிற பெண்களுக்கு படிப்பு, அவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் படிப்பதற்கு அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு விஷயத்தை ஒரு பத்திரிகை, காரைக்குடியிலிருந்து பத்திரிகை வெளிக்கொண்டு வந்தது. அதற்கு மறுப்பு தெரிவித்து குடியரசு என்ற பத்திரிகை raised a question to the Orthodox society. Education was unnecessary to the kitchen dowling women. Was it necessary for men? அப்படின்னா ஆண்களுக்கு அப்படின்னா பெண்களுக்கு அப்படின்னா ஆண்களுக்கு என்ன அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு கேள்வியை முதன்முறையாக எழுப்பியது குடியரசு பத்திரிகை. அதே மாதிரி சில பத்திரிகைகள் பெண் உரிமைகளுக்கு ஆதரவாகும், சில பத்திரிகைகள் பெண் உரிமைக்கு போராட்டத்துக்கு எதிராகவும் அந்த காலத்தில் நிறையவே அந்த கால செய்திகளை கொண்டு வந்தன. விசித்திர வினோத பத்திரிகை, பூலோக யாசகம் அண்டு பெண் கல்வி போன்ற பத்திரிகை எல்லாமே பெண்களுக்கு ஆதரவாக அந்த காலத்துல பத்திரிகையை நடத்தின. இந்தியா குடியரசு, சுப்பிரமணிய பாரதியுடைய இந்தியா பெண் விடுதலைக்கு அதிகமாக குரல் கொடுத்தது. அதற்கு இணையாக பிற்காலத்துல 1927க்கு அப்புறம் குடியரசு, ஜஸ்டிஸ் போன்ற பத்திரிகை, அது எல்லாமே வந்து பெரியாரிஸ்ட் பத்திரிகை என்று சொல்லப்படுகின்ற இந்த காலத்துல அவர்களும் அதிகமான இந்த பங்களிப்பை கொடுத்தார்கள். எஜுகேஷன் ஃபார் போத் ஜெண்டர்ஸ், பெண்களுக்கும் ஆண்களுக்கும் சம உரிமை என்று பல பத்திரிகைகள் குரல் கொடுத்தன. அதுல குமரன் அப்படிங்கிற பத்திரிகையும், அதாவது என்ன சொல்லுது அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, காடஸ் சரஸ்வதி was praised for her wisdom, denying education to the women community as an act of foolishness. அதாவது கல்விக்கு சரஸ்வதியை நம்ம வந்து எடுத்துக்காட்டா சொல்றோம். ஆனா அதே சமயத்துல அதே குலத்தை சார்ந்த பெண்களுக்கு கல்வி கொடுப்பதை வழங்க மாட்டோம் என்று சொல்லுகின்றது ஒரு முட்டாள்தனமான விஷயம் என்று குமரன் பத்திரிகை செய்து வருகின்றது. அதே மாதிரி ஞானபானு பத்திரிகை, அப்புறம் வந்து வித்யபானு பத்திரிகை, சிந்தாமணி அப்படிங்கிற பத்திரிகையும் பெண்களுக்கு ஆதரவாக பல விஷயங்கள் சொல்லி கொண்டு வந்தன. அதே சமயத்துல நாட்டுக்கோட்டை வைசகன் என்ற பத்திரிகை பெண்களுக்கு பெண் உரிமைக்கு ஆதரவாக இருக்கின்றவர்களுக்கு எதிராக சில பத்திரிகை விஷயங்களை இங்கே கொண்டு வந்தது. கன்சர்வேட்டிவ் திக்கர்ஸுக்கு ஆதரவாக பல விஷயங்களை அது கொண்டு வந்தது. குணபோதினி கவுன்சில்டு தட் அரேஞ்சிங் மேரேஜஸ் ஃபார் த யங் கேர்ள்ஸ் வாஸ் நாட் அன் அச்சீவ்மெண்ட். அதாவது சிறு வயது குழந்தைகளை திருமணம் செய்வது என்பது நல்லதொரு விஷயம் அல்ல அப்படிங்கிறத மிக ஆணித்தரமாக ஒரு பத்திரிகை சொன்னது. அது பேர் வந்து குணபோதினி அப்படிங்கிற பத்திரிகை. இதெல்லாமே ஆல் த நியூஸ் பேப்பர்ஸ் வேர் பப்ளிஷ்டு ஃப்ரம் 1911 to 1947 in Tamil Nadu. Purpose of educating women. Why we are asking the women to go to schools அப்படிங்கிறது தான் நிறைய பத்திரிகைகள் அங்கே எடுத்துக்காட்டின. அது குறிப்பாக there was an orthodox question whether the women would go to the employment after they got educated, and so providing female education resulted in the waste of money and time. அதை அவர் வந்து வேஸ்ட் ஆஃப் மணி, அதாவது பெண்களை பள்ளிக்கு அனுப்புவது பணமும் வேஸ்ட் நேரமும் வேஸ்ட் என்று சொல்லுகின்ற அந்த கருத்தை மறுத்து குணபோதினி answered the question that the very purpose of education was to expand the horizon of knowledge. அதாவது அறிவை மிக பரந்த அளவில் கொண்டு செல்கின்ற பொழுது அங்கே ஆண் பெண் என்ற அடையாளம் இருக்கக்கூடாது, அனைவருக்கும் சமமான கல்வி என்பதைத்தான் நம்ம போதிக்க வேண்டும் என்பது குணபோதினுடைய அதனுடைய தலையங்கத்தில் சொல்லப்பட்டது. அட்லீஸ்ட் விமன் மஸ்ட் பி லிட்ரேட் enough to read her personal letters. அட்லீஸ்ட் தனக்கு வருகின்ற கடிதங்களை பார்த்து படிப்பதற்காவது பெண்கள் படிக்கட்டுமே அப்படிங்கிற கருத்தை குணபோதினி அப்போது எடுத்துரைத்தது. கலைமகள் மற்றொரு பத்திரிகை that was published from Pondicherry viewed that providing education to the women was the only means to civilize our society. பெண்களுக்கு கல்வி கொடுப்பதன் மூலமாகத்தான் நமது சமுதாயம் நாகரிகமாக கொண்டு வரப்பட முடியும் அப்படிங்கிற கருத்தும் குடியரசு அதுக்கு ஆதரவாக if the educated wives would write letters to their illegal husbands, why not the educated husbands would write letters to illegal wives? இதை விட ஒரு கேள்வி வேறு யாரும் கேட்கவே முடியாது. அந்த அளவிற்கு ஒரு பாதிப்பை குறிப்பாக பெண்களுக்கு தன்னுடைய காதலருக்கு கடிதம் எழுதுகின்றதையும் ஆண்கள் தங்களுடைய காதலிகளுக்கு கடிதம் எழுதுவதையும் இணைத்து குடியரசு பத்திரிகையில் இந்த செய்தி கொண்டு வரப்பட்டது. அந்த காலத்துல தமிழகம் என்ற பத்திரிகை observed that the question whether female education was necessary or not, it itself was unnecessary. தமிழகம் அப்படிங்கிற பத்திரிகை. அதற்கு குடியரசு என்ற பத்திரிகை தமிழ்ல மற்றொரு பதிலை கொடுக்கின்றது. எஜுகேஷன் இஸ் ரியல் சீதனம் ஃபார் விமன், த ரியல் டவுரி ஆஃப் விமன். என்ன அப்படிங்க சொன்னா ப்ரொவைடிங் எஜுகேஷன் டு த விமன் சொசைட்டி. விமன் வித்தவுட் எஜுகேஷன் பிகேம் யூஸ்லெஸ். பெண் கல்வி இல்லாதவர் என்பது அது பயனில்லாத செயலாக இருக்கின்றது என்று அந்த பத்திரிகை சொல்கின்றது. பெண் கல்வி, விமன் செலிபிரிட்டிஸ். காமகோடி நடராஜன், த ஃபர்ஸ்ட் விமன் ப்ரொஃபசர் ஆஃப் மெட்ராஸ் யூனிவர்சிட்டி காலேஜ், அவர் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ப்ரொஃபஸராக தேர்வு செய்யப்பட்ட பொழுது அதை பற்றிய நிறைய விஷயங்களை கொண்டு வரப்பட்டது. ஸ்ரீ தர்மா ஒரு பத்திரிகை, பெண் எழுத்தாளர் கொண்டு வரப்பட்ட பத்திரிகை. விமன் இந்தியன் அசோசியேஷன் என்ற அமைப்பின் மூலமாக அந்த காலத்தில் 1917 துவக்கப்பட்ட பத்திரிகை, 16 துவக்கப்பட்ட பத்திரிகை. மெஜாரிட்டி ஆஃப் த ஆர்டிகல்ஸ், மோர் தென் 90% ஆஃப் த ஆர்டிகல்ஸ் ரிட்டன் பை விமன் எடிட்டர்ஸ் தெம்செல்ஃப். அதாவது இந்த பத்திரிகை ஒரு விஷயம் என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, இந்த பத்திரிகை நடத்துனது பெண்கள் தான். இந்த பத்திரிகையினுடைய ஆசிரியர் மன்றம் அத்தனை பேருமே பெண்கள் தான். ஆகையால இந்த பத்திரிகையுடைய செய்தி அந்த காலத்துல மிகப்பெரிய அளவில் போற்றப்பட்டது. ஆகையால த ஸ்ரீதர்மா கேட்டகரைஸ் த இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் ஆப்ஸ்டக்கிள்ஸ் இன் த வே ஆஃப் விமன் எஜுகேஷன். They were conservatism, early marriage of women, Parda system in case of Muslim girls, inefficiency system of education, missionary influence, and also poor curriculum. So these are all the limitations. அவங்களுக்கு குறை, அவங்களுக்கு இதைத்தான் அவங்க வந்து மிக குறையாக கருதுகின்றார்கள். அவர்களுக்கு கல்வி புகட்டுகின்ற பொழுது இதெல்லாம் தடையாக இருக்கின்றது அப்படின்னு சொல்றாங்க. ஹிந்து நேஷன் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு பத்திரிகை, த பாசிட்டிவ் ஆஃப் டீச்சர்ஸ், unsuitability of the present system of education to girls and the flocking spirit of attendant on rigorous examinations. இந்த மாதிரியான கருத்துக்களை அந்த ஹிந்து நேஷன் என்ற பத்திரிகையும் அந்த காலத்துல எடுத்துரைக்கின்றது. இப்போ நம்ம we are seeing that still எஜுகேஷன் ஃபார் முஸ்லிம் கிட்ஸ், பெண்களுக்கு குறிப்பாக இஸ்லாமிய பெண்களுக்கு கல்வி என்பது கட்டாயம் அப்படிங்கிறத உணர்த்துகின்ற மாதிரி ஒரு கார்ட்டூன் that was published in a newspaper. இந்த கார்ட்டூன்ல பாக்குறீங்க, ரெண்டு போத் கேர்ள்ஸ் வேர் முஸ்லிம் கேர்ள்ஸ். பட் அந்த சிட்டிங் இந்த போட்டோல இருக்கக்கூடிய அனைத்து பெண் குழந்தைகளுமே பெண்கள் தான். பட் த ஒன்லி திங் தே ஆர் யூசிங் பர்தா. அவங்க எல்லாருமே பர்தா போட்டிருக்கனால இந்த போட்டோல யாரு என்னன்னு யாருக்கும் தெரியாது. தட்ஸ் மீ தேர், நான் இங்க இருக்கேன் அதான் அப்படிங்கிற சொல்ற மாதிரி அந்த பெண்ணு வந்து காட்டுது. ஆனா அந்த முகம் தெரியாத காரணத்தினால இதை ஏன் வந்து கட்டாயப்படுத்தணும் அப்படிங்கிறத பல பத்திரிகைகள் இந்த காலத்துல விமர்சனமாக கொண்டு வரப்பட்டது. அதுல மிக முக்கியமானது பாக்குறப்போ சிந்தாமணி அப்படிங்கிற பத்திரிகை that illustrated that education could be imparted to them through Muslim religious men and women teachers. அதாவது முகலாய இஸ்லாமிய பெண்களுக்கு அவங்களுடைய மதை சார்ந்த குருமார்களும் அந்த பெண்களும் அவர்களுக்கு டீச்சர்களாக இருக்கலாம். கிருகலட்சுமி அப்படிங்கிற பத்திரிகை ஏஜ் வாஸ் நாட் பார் ஆஃப் அட்டெண்டிங் எஜுகேஷன். இஸ்லாமிய பெண்களுடைய கல்வி வயது என்பது பெரிய விஷயம், தடையா இருக்கக்கூடாது. முஹிபிர் டி டெக்கான் அப்படிங்கிற பத்திரிகை ரெக்கமெண்டட் தட் உருது சுட் பி யூஸ்ட் அஸ் அ மீடியம் ஆஃப் இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன். இஸ்லாமிய பெண்களுக்கு அவர்களுடைய தாய்மொழியா இருக்க வேண்டிய உருது மொழியில் கூட அவருக்கு பாடத்தை நடத்தலாம், ஆனா கல்வி என்பது கட்டாயம். குடியரசு அண்டு ஜன வினோதினி பத்திரிகைகள் பர்தா சிஸ்டத்தை பற்றின விஷயங்களை எடுத்துரைக்கின்றன. மெட்ராஸ் should follow மைசூர் allowing the Parda women to write examinations. So ஒரு விஷயம் மிக that a very important matter to be discussed now by ourselves. In the Madras Presidency, whatever the legislations passed by the Madras legislature, only after reading the legislations passed earlier by the Mysore government, எல்லாவற்றுக்குமே பெரும்பாலான விஷயங்கள்ல மைசூர் அரசு என்ன செய்கின்றதோ அதைத்தான் இங்கேயுமே சொல்கின்றார்கள். எல்லாத்துக்கும் மாடலாக இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு அரசாகத்தான் மைசூர் அரசு இருந்தது. மைசூர் அரசு அப்படிங்கிறது அந்த காலத்துல இண்டிபெண்டன்ட் ஸ்டேட். அவர்களுடைய பார்வையில பர்தா சிஸ்டம் என்பது அங்கே கலைந்தெடுக்கப்படுகிறது, சட்டமாக்கப்படுகின்றது. பர்தா வேண்டாம், ஸ்கூல் போர்டு எல்லாருமே காமனா போகட்டும் அப்படிங்கிறது. அதை மையமாக வைத்து 1920s அப்புறம் 1930s தான் பர்தா சிஸ்டம் என்பதற்கு ஒரு கொஸ்டின் அங்கே நம்ம மெட்ராஸ் பிரசிடென்சில இது கொண்டு வரப்பட்டது. The appeal to the press, the appeal of the press to the government, மெட்ராஸ் கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு பத்திரிகை மூலமாக ஒரு செய்தி, கம்பல்சரி எஜுகேஷன் அண்ட் இட் சுட் பி ஃப்ரீ எஜுகேஷன். கட்டாய கல்வியாக இருக்கப்பட வேண்டும், அதே சமயத்தில் அது இலவச கல்வியாக இருக்க வேண்டும். இந்தியா should also follow the footsteps of Western countries to upgrade women education. நமது இந்திய அரசு வெளிநாட்டவர்கள் மேற்கத்திய நாடுகள் கொண்டு வருகின்ற திட்டங்கள், பெண்களுக்கு ஆதரவாக இருக்கின்ற திட்டங்களுக்கு அப்படியே நம்மளும் அவங்களை உயர்த்தி கொண்டு வர வேண்டும். Women should be appointed as a primary school teachers. The first time the question was raised by press in favor of women education. குறிப்பாக பெண்கள் படித்து விட்டு அவர்களும் ஆசிரியராக நியமனம் செய்ய வேண்டும், குறிப்பாக பிரைமரி ஸ்கூல்ஸ்ல அவர்கள் ஆசிரியராக நியமிக்கப்பட வேண்டும் என்ற கருத்து அங்கு ஏற்படுத்தப்பட்டது. The press even demanded scholarship for women education. முதன்முறையாக பெண்களுக்கு ஸ்காலர்ஷிப் சிஸ்டமும் கொண்டு வரப்பட வேண்டும் என்பதையும் அவர்கள் கொண்டு வந்தார்கள். Appeal of the press to the government again. The Girgalachimi wrote a note that government should exempt the girl students irrespective of caste and religious from the payment of school fees. அரசு எந்த சூழலிலுமே அவர்கள் மதம், இனம், மொழி ரீதி எதையும் பார்க்காமல், அவர்களுக்கு ஜாதி ரீதியாக பார்க்காமல் அவர்களுக்கு இலவசமாக கல்வி புகட்ட வேண்டும். The press urged for the allocation of liberal funds. அரசின் மூலமாக அவர்களுக்கு அதிகமான ஸ்காலர்ஷிப்பும் உதவியும் வழங்கி அவர்களை அதிக கல்வி பெற செய்ய வேண்டும். These papers demanded for the establishment of more teacher training schools. அதே சமயத்துல பெண்கள் எல்லாம் வந்துட்டாங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னா அவர்கள் வந்து ட்ரைனிங் ஸ்கூல்ல வந்து இருந்தா தான் நல்லது. சும்மா சாதாரணமாக அவர் டைரக்ட் அப்பாயின்மெண்ட் போட்டாச்சுன்னா அவங்களுக்கு தெரியாது. அதனால வந்து ட்ரைனிங் ஸ்கூல், டீச்சர்ஸ் ட்ரைனிங் ஸ்கூல்ஸ் வந்து நீங்க ஓப்பன் பண்ணணும் அப்படிங்கிற கருத்தையும் அவர்கள் தான் எடுத்து வைத்தார்கள். இன் ஆர்டர் டு டெவலப் ஹெல்த் எஜுகேஷன், மெடிக்கல் காலேஜஸ் should be established. பெண்களுக்காக மெடிக்கல் காலேஜஸ் நீங்க கொண்டு வரணும் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி கருத்துக்களை கொண்டு வரப்பட்டது. அதன் விளைவுதான் பலவிதமான முன்னேற்றங்கள் சென்னை மாகாணத்தில் ஏற்படுத்தப்பட்டது, குறிப்பாக தமிழகத்தில் ஏற்படுத்தப்பட்டது. 1921ஆம் ஆண்டு எஜுகேஷன் பிகேம் டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர் சப்ஜெக்ட். அதாவது தேர்ட் சப்ஜெக்ட்ல, கான்ஸ்டிடியூஷன்ல இருக்கக்கூடிய தேர்ட் சப்ஜெக்ட்ல மெட்ராஸ் மாகாணத்திற்குரிய அந்த பைலாஸ்ல அது மாற்றப்பட்டது. டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர் சப்ஜெக்டாக அது கொண்டு வரப்பட்டது. பாசிங் இன் தி ஹேண்ட்ஸ் ஆஃப் தி இந்தியன் ப்ராவின்சியல் மினிஸ்டர்ஸ். டெபுட்டி டைரக்டர்ஸ் ஆஃப் பப்ளிக் இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் வாஸ் அப்பாயிண்டட் டு மானிட்டர் த கேர்ள்ஸ் எஜுகேஷன். அதற்கென்று தனியாக துறை நியமிக்கப்பட்டு இணை நெறியாளர் ஒருவர் நியமித்து அவர் மூலமாக பெண் கல்விக்கு உயர்வை நம்ம பார்த்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்ற ஒரு பிரச்சனையும் அங்கே சொல்லப்பட்டது. In 1914, Queen Mary's College of Madras was opened. In 1915, Madras Christian College for Women also now inaugurated. In 1947, there were 7 arts colleges for women were also started. The number of women students received medical education from the Madras Medical College in 1908 and 9 was only 13, and it was increased to 14 in the year 1916, 25 in 1921, 38 in 1923, and 46 in 1926. Thereafter, so many women students are also joined in the medical colleges. நிறைய பெண்கள் மருத்துவ கல்வியில் பயணம் பெற்று அவர்கள் மருத்துவ கல்வியை பெற்றார்கள். குறிப்பாக டாக்டர் முத்துலட்சுமி ரெட்டி புதுக்கோட்டையை சார்ந்தவர். அவர் தான் முதல் பெண் மருத்துவராக நம்ம சென்னை மாகாணத்துல வெற்றி பெற்றவர், அதாவது மருத்துவ பட்டத்தை பெற்றவர் என்பது குறிப்பிடத்தக்கது. Ignorance is the root cause of women enslavement. Though education and reading the windows of thought were opened through which they breathe the ideas of women liberation and human rights. அவர்களுக்கு ஒரு புதிய வெளிச்சத்தை நம்ம உருவாக்க வேண்டும், சிந்தனை உருவாக்க வேண்டும் என்ற கருத்து அந்த காலத்துல அவர் கல்வியையும் அவர் படிப்பையும் உயர்வாக கொண்டு வர வேண்டும் என்ற சிந்தனையும் அந்த காலத்துல கொண்டு வர வேண்டும் என்று நிர்ணயித்தார்கள். So far, their ignorance and male chauvinist society segregated them from them the main stream. அப்படி அந்த சிஸ்டத்திலிருந்து பெண் ஆணாதிக்கத்திலிருந்து விடுபட்டு அவர்கள் மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு வெற்றியை அவர்கள் தேடிக்கொண்டிருந்தார்கள். குறிப்பாக 1928க்கு பின்னால they were deprived of that, and that too was realized by them. அவர்கள் அதை உணர்ந்தார்கள், அதன் மூலம் வெற்றியும் கண்டார்கள். Education is non-gender biased one. It is common for all. It is only the tool of attaining human rights. மனித உரிமையை வெற்றிகரமாக பெற வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால் கல்விதான் அதற்கு மூலதனம், கல்விதான் அதற்கு எல்லாமே. ஜெண்டர் பயாஸ் ஆணாதிக்கத்திலிருந்து விடுபட்டு நானும் நீயும் சமம் என்ற கொள்கைக்கு நாம் செல்ல வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால் அது கல்வி மட்டும்தான் அதற்கு நம்ம உதவிகரமாக இருக்கும் என்பதற்கு தற்போது உள்ள கல்வி முறை அதற்கு எடுத்துக்காட்டு. இந்திய கல்வி முறையில் இன்று ஏறக்குறைய 50%, 55-50 என்று சொல்கின்ற அளவிற்கு பெண்கள் வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கின்றார்கள். The exodus of the press for ages came across many hurdles and reached its victory at last. அந்த காலத்திலிருந்து இன்றைக்கு வரைக்கும் பத்திரிகைகளுடைய பங்களிப்பு பெண் விடுதலைக்காக பாடுபட்டு இன்றைக்கு அவர்கள் அத்தனையும் வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கார் என்று சொன்னால், மனித உரிமையை வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கார் என்று சொன்னால் அதற்கு முக்கியமான பங்களிப்பு பத்திரிகைகள் தான் என்பதுதான் மிக அரசியல்வாதிகளை விட பத்திரிகைகள் தான் அதிகமாக விஷயம் பேசினார்கள். ஒரு விஷயம் நான் சொல்ல பிரியப்படுறேன். 1929ஆம் ஆண்டு முதன்முறையாக தேவதாசி ஒழிப்பு முறையை சட்டமாக அவர்கள் கொண்டு வந்தார்கள், முத்துலட்சுமி ரெட்டி அவர்கள். ஆனால் அது சட்டசபையில சட்ட மேலவையில் அது வெற்றி பெறவில்லை. மறுபடியும் 1932, 34, 39 என்று பல ஆண்டுகளில் அவர் கொண்டு வந்தார்கள். ஆனா 1929ல அது கொண்டு வரப்பட்ட பொழுது சட்டசபையில் இருந்த ஆண் உறுப்பினர்கள் ஈவன் சத்தியமூர்த்தி உட்பட அதற்கு எதிர்ப்பை தெரிவித்து வாக்களித்தார்கள். அப்பொழுது டாக்டர் முத்துலட்சுமி ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு கேள்வி கணையை எழுப்பினார்கள். என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, ஒரே இனத்தை சார்ந்த ஒரே ஜாதியை சார்ந்த, அதாவது இசை வெள்ளாள குடும்பத்தை சார்ந்த பெண்கள் பல நூற்றாண்டுகளாக ஓவர் த செஞ்சுரிஸ், அதாவது 1000 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு மேலாக தேவதாசி முறையை அவர்களால் வழிநடத்தி வருகின்றார்கள். ஆகையால் அவர்களுக்கு இந்த இதை அழுத்து போய்விட்டது. ஆகையால் அவர்களுக்கு ஒரு ஓராண்டு காலம் விடுமுறை விட்டுவிட்டு அந்த நேரத்தில் உங்களுடைய சமுதாயத்தை சார்ந்த பிள்ளைகளை அந்த தொழிலுக்கு உட்படுத்துங்கள் என்ற கேள்வி எழுப்பின உடனே சட்டசபையில பயங்கரமான ஒரு எதிர்ப்படை தோன்றியது. முத்துலட்சுமி ரெட்டியுடைய அந்த மசோதாவானது அப்படியே தூக்கி எறியப்பட்டது. ஆகையால பெண் விடுதலைக்கு பாடுபட்ட முத்துலட்சுமி ரெட்டியுடைய முதல் தேவதாசி ஒழிப்பு கொள்கை மிகப்பெரிய போராட்டத்துக்கு பின் அதுக்கு தூக்கி எறியப்பட்டது. 1949 தான் தேவதாசி முறை ஒழிப்பு முறை கொண்டு வரப்பட்டது. இன்றைக்கும் தேவதாசி குடும்பத்தை சார்ந்த ஒரு சில பெண்கள் அந்த நிகழ்வுகளை நமக்கு பட்டியலிட்டுக் கொண்டுதான் இருக்கின்றார்கள். ஆக அந்த வகையில் பெண் விடுதலை என்பதற்கு மிக முக்கியமானது என்று சொன்னால் எஜுகேஷன் இட்செல்ஃப். அந்த எஜுகேஷன் தான் நமக்கு விடிவு காலத்தை பெற்றுத்தரும். அந்த வகையில் இந்திய பத்திரிகையும் சரி, இந்திய சட்ட நிபுணரும் சரி, இந்திய தலைவரும் சரி, குறிப்பாக பெண் தலைவரும் சரி, பெண் பத்திரிகையாளரும் சரி, அதற்கென்று பல வகையில் பாடுபட்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அந்த வகையில் இந்த ஒரு நாள் கருத்தரங்கு உங்களுக்கு சிறப்பாக வெற்றி பெற்றிருக்கின்றது என்று நான் கருதுகிறேன். ஏன்னா ஐ ஆம் த ஒன்லி மேன் ஃப்ரம் அதர் சைட். to watch and to wish all of you for this particular opportunity, the national level seminar on women liberation and women development and women enhancement in all the fields of their interest. Thank you very much for giving me this great opportunity to share some of my views on the women liberation in the year past. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
If you have any questions regarding my presentation, please raise your hands.
Participants are requested to ask their queries.
முன்னாடி வந்தா she can be visible in the screen. முன்னாடி வர சொல்லு.
முன்னாடி வா.
அங்க முன்னாடி வரணும் சார்.
Come to the front.
Hello, sir. Good morning, sir.
சொல்லுங்கம்மா.
சார் என்சிஆர்பி டேட்டா படி ரெக்கார்டட் கேசஸ், அதாவது சைல்டு மேரேஜுக்கு அகெயின்ஸ்டா இருக்கிற ரெக்கார்டட் கேசஸ் வந்து 2018க்கு முன்னாடி வரைக்கும் 500 தான் இருந்திருக்கு. ஆனா கொரோனா பேண்டமிக் பீரியட்ல வந்து அபோவ் 500 கேசஸ் வரையும் வந்திருக்கு. இப்ப என்னோட கொஸ்டின் என்னன்னா, இந்த மாதிரி பேண்டமிக் சுச்சுவேஷன்ஸோ இல்ல ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் வேர்ல்டு வார் 3 வந்தாலுமே நமக்கு அப்போ சைல்டு மேரேஜ் அதிகரிக்க தானே செய்யும். அப்போ வந்து கேர்ள் சைல்டோட நிலைமை எப்படி இருக்கும் சார்?
அதாவது சைல்டு மேரேஜ், அதாவது இந்த ஹிஸ்டரி ஆஃப் சைல்டு மேரேஜ் எடுத்து பார்த்தோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னோம்னா, பிஃபோர் இண்டிபெண்டன்ஸ் the situation was totally changed than we have what we have today. அன்னைக்கு இருக்கிற சுச்சுவேஷனும் இன்னைக்கு இருக்கிற சுச்சுவேஷனும் வேற. அன்னைக்கு இருந்த அரசியலமைப்பு எல்லாமே வெல் பேலன்ஸ்ன்னு சொல்ல முடியாது. ஆனா ஆஃப்டர் 1947 நிறைய சட்டங்கள் நமக்காக சைல்டு மேரேஜ் இதை வந்து குறைச்சிருக்கு. சரியான சமயத்துல, குறிப்பாகவே இந்த மாதிரி குறிப்பிட்ட ஒரு டிசாஸ்டர், அதாவது இந்த மாதிரி நேச்சுரல் கிளாமிட்டிஸ் நடக்கிறப்போ ஒரு பாதிப்பு ஏற்பட்டு அதனால 2-3 வருஷம் நம்ம பாதிப்படைகின்ற பொழுது உண்மையிலேயே நிறைய பத்திரிகை அறிக்கை என்ன பார்த்தோம்னு சொன்னா, நிறைய குழந்தை திருமணங்கள் ஏற்படுத்தப்பட்டன. அதை போலீஸ்காரங்களே நேரில் போய் தடுத்து அவர் தடுத்திருக்கின்றார்கள். ஒருவேளை தேர்டு வேர்ல்டு வார் வந்தா என்ன ஆகும் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு கேள்வி வந்து சரியான கேள்விதான். அப்படி இருக்கின்ற பட்சத்துல, அதாவது அரசினுடைய பார்வை முழுக்க நம்ம மேல இருக்கு அப்படிங்கிற நம்பிக்கையில நம்ம இருந்தோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, குழந்தை திருமணத்தை ஆதரிக்கின்ற அந்த பெற்றோர்களுக்கு நம்ம தான் பாடம் கொடுக்கணும். உதாரணமா, எனக்கு வந்து 13 வயசு தான் ஆகுது, வீட்டுல கம்பல் பண்ணி கல்யாணம் பண்ண போறாங்க, 16 வயசு ஆகுது அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, ஏஜ் வந்து மேரேஜ் ஏஜ் வந்து கவர்மெண்ட் ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ணது 18-21 அப்படிங்கிற ஆண் பெண்ணுக்கு கொடுக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. அதை கிராஸ் பண்ணாதான் கல்யாணம் பண்ணணும் அப்படிங்கிற இன்சிஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்க ஃபர்ஸ்ட். ஒரு மேலே அதுக்கு மீறி கம்பல் பண்ணாங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, யூ கோ டு ரிப்போர்ட் தட் ஒன் டு த கவர்மெண்ட் அஃபீஷியல்ஸ் ஒன்லி பை மீன்ஸ் ஆஃப் சோசியல் மீடியா. இன்னைக்கு எல்லாம் ரொம்ப சோசியல் மீடியால போடுற செய்தி எல்லாம் உடனுக்குடனே அது வருது. நீங்க இன்னைக்கு அட்டன் பண்ண அத்தனை பேருமே ஐ கேன் சே யூ ஆர் ஆல் தட் மெசேஜ் பேரர்ஸ் அப்படின்னு சொன்னா செய்தியை கொண்டு செல்கின்றவர்கள், டு கிரியேட் அவேர்னஸ் ஆன் தஸ் பர்டிகுலர் ஈவெண்ட். பெண் திருமணம் என்பது 18க்கு மேலதான் இருக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிற செய்தியை இன்றைக்கு நீங்கள் வெளியே கொண்டு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதை வந்து பத்திரிகை மூலமாகவோ அல்லது சோசியல் மீடியா மூலமாக நீங்க சொல்றப்போ, அந்த காலத்தில் எந்த ஒரு போர்லையும் ஈடுபட்டு கொண்டிருந்தாலும் சரி, அரசு இந்த குறிப்பிட்ட துறையை சார்ந்தவர்கள் நம்ம மீது அக்கறை எடுத்துக்கொண்டு தடுத்து கொண்டு தான் இருப்பார்கள். ஏன்னா நிறைய சினிமாவும் அதை பத்தின நிறைய செய்திகள் வந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றன. நேற்று கூட பத்திரிகையில பார்த்தோம்னா, ஒரு பெண் வந்து செய்தி அந்த 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 என்டையர் இதே அரெஸ்ட் பண்றாங்க, மேரேஜை அரெஸ்ட் பண்றாங்க. ஸோ நேற்று கூட ஒரு விஜய் டிவில ஒரு சீரியலே அதான், அந்த பெண்ணு வந்து செய்தியை சொல்லுது, அதை வந்து போலீஸ்காரர் வந்து அரெஸ்ட் பண்றாங்க. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு செய்தி வந்து சாதாரணமாகிவிட்டது. ஆகையால குழந்தை திருமணம் என்பது மறைமுகமா நடத்தப்பட்ட விஷயங்கள் இருந்து தெரிந்தது என்று சொன்னால், அதை நீங்க தான் வாலண்டரி பண்ணி அதை கொண்டு போய் அரசிடம் சொல்லி தடுத்து நிற்கின்ற பணிகளை செய்ய வேண்டும். ஏன் வந்து குழந்தை திருமணத்தை ஆதரிக்க கூடாது அப்படின்னு சொல்றோம்னா, ஏன்னா ஹார்மோன் டெவலப்மெண்ட் வந்து ஒரு பர்டிகுலர் ஏஜுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் நமக்கு டெவலப் ஆகுது. அனாட்டமி, நம்மளோட ஹியூமன் அனாட்டமி பொறுத்த மட்டும் ஓவர் 17, 18க்கு அப்புறம் தான் நம்ம வந்து மெச்சூர்டா வர முடியும். அந்த பப்பட்ரி பீரியட் வந்து ஈவன் எர்லியர் வந்தா கூட 12 வயசு 15 வயசு வந்தா கூட அந்த ரீச்சிங் ஆஃப் த கோல் அப்படிங்கிறது எப்போ வரும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னா ஆஃப்டர் கிளியரிங் 18 இயர்ஸ் தான். அதனால தான் நிறைய சயின்ஸ்ல, மெடிசன்ல, அனாட்டமி சயின்ஸ் சைட்ல வந்து நமக்கு வந்து அந்த மெடிக்கல் சைட்ல இருந்து நம்ம கொடுக்கறது பெண் பலமாக. ஏன்னா நம்ம வந்து இப்ப கல்யாணம் பண்றது மட்டும் கிடையாது, குழந்தை பிறப்பு ஒன்று இருக்கு, பிரெக்னன்சி ஒன்று இருக்கு, அதுக்கப்புறம் சைல்டு பர்த் ஒன்று இருக்கு. இந்த ரெண்டுமே வந்து அந்த பிஃபோர் 18 அப்படின்னு சொன்னா குழந்தை பிரசவமே பாதிக்கப்படும், குறை பிரசவமா வரும். அந்த செய்தியை சேர்த்து நீங்க எடுத்து சொல்லணும். இப்போ இன்னும் உதாரணமாக குழந்தை திருமணம் ஏன் பண்றாங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, அதாவது அக்காவோட தம்பிக்கு வயசு 30 வயசு இருக்கும், அவனுக்கு எங்கேயுமே பொண்ணு கிடைக்காது. அப்ப என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா அக்காவோட பொண்ணை, அதாவது 13 வயசு 14 வயசு இருக்கிற பொண்ணை, அதாவது டபுள் த ஏஜ், இந்த பொண்ணுக்கு 14 வயசுன்னா அவனுக்கு 30 வயசு இருக்கும், ஏறக்குறைய 15 16 வயசு வித்தியாசத்தை அவங்க வந்து கட்டி கொடுத்துறாங்க. என்ன அப்படின்னா வேற இடத்துல சோர்ஸ் இல்லை அப்படின்னு மட்டும். ரெண்டாவது அக்காவோடைய சொத்து கொடுத்த திருப்பி வாங்கணுங்கிறதுக்காக இந்த ரெண்டுமே வந்து இன்ட்ரெஸ்டா எடுத்து பண்றப்போ என்ன ஆகும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, ஒரே இந்த மேலுக்கும் ஃபீமேலுக்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய பிளட் சர்க்குலேஷன் பாக்குறப்போ ஒரே ஜெனட்டிக் தான். இப்போ ஜெனட்டிக் இன்ஃபுளுன்ஸ் மூலமாக நமக்கு வந்து மிகப்பெரிய தாக்கத்தை ஏற்படுத்தும். அப்படி பிறக்கின்ற குழந்தைகள் 10ல் 6 குழந்தைகள் ஊனமாக தான் பிறந்திருக்கு. இதான் நான் சொல்றது ஒரு ரிப்போர்ட் வந்திருக்கு. 1975க்கு முன்னால பிறந்த குழந்தைகள் நல்லா இருக்கு. 75க்கு அப்புறம் பிறந்த குழந்தைகள்ல 10 பேர் கல்யாணம் பண்ணாங்கன்னா அதுல 4 பேர் ஊனமாகவோ அல்லது உயிரிழந்தோ பிறக்கின்றார்கள். 6 பேர் தான் சரியா இருக்கின்ற. அந்த 6 பேர்ல 2 பேர் காதோ செவிடா இருக்கின்றது, அல்லது கை கால 6 விரல், இந்த 7 விரல் இந்த மாதிரி இருக்கின்றது. இது காரணம் என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, குடும்ப உறவில் திருமணம் வைத்துக் கொள்ளக்கூடாது அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு உறவு தான், ஒரு இதுதான். அதை நீங்கள் செய்தியாக எடுத்துக்கொண்டு எல்லா மக்களும் போனீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, இதை விட நீங்க நாட்டுக்கு செய்கின்ற நல்ல பணி வேறு ஒன்றும் கிடையாது. அப்படித்தான் நம்ம வந்து குழந்தை திருமணத்தை தடுக்க முடியும். நம்மால் முடியும், அரசால் முடியும், நம்ம இருவர் நினைத்தா கண்டிப்பா முடியும்.
Thank you, sir. Is there any more else? Thank you, sir, for sharing your vast knowledge and valuable insights. It was indeed a thought-provoking session. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you all of you.
May I now invite Dr. Parvati Menon ma'am to the stage for distribution of certificates. Now I call upon Emmanuel M, second BA History from Kamaraj College, on the stage to receive your certificates. Ganga Devi M, from second BA History. Janish P, second BA History, Nazareth Margosa College. Mahalakshmi S, from third BA History. Thank you, dear ma'am. Dear participants, feedback link will be posted in Zoom chat box. You are requested to fill it. E-certificate will be provided. May I now invite Ms. Keertana Santosh to propose the vote of thanks.
A warm good afternoon to one and all gathered here. Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. Henry Ward Beach. I am really privileged to express our wholehearted thanks to our dear resource person, Dr. V. Venkataraman, former principal, head and associate professor of history, Rajapalayam Raju's College. Sir, your works on the women's rights at crossroads in the Madras presidency from 1905 to 1947 gave us a clear-cut understanding on women's position then and now. The position of women in the past, the challenges they faced, the protective measures, their political participation, their role in the press helped us to understand their condition then. The statistics were really alarming actually. On behalf of our department and our college, I wholeheartedly express our heartfelt gratitude to you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for being virtually present here. Now, on behalf of our college and department, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Parvati Menon, Assistant Professor of History, All Saints College, Thiruvananthapuram, who travelled all the way from Thiruvananthapuram to be with us and enlightened us on the shifting tides of the gender dynamics in 21st century. The insights you gave us on changing family structure, changes pertaining to gender stereotyping, the pay gaps, importance of the economic independence, all have really helped us, and your song really made us mesmerized, ma'am. Thank you so much for being with us. I would like to express our words of gratitude to Ms. Aravinda Kaur Pabla, the Master Coach and Lead SGT University Gurgaon, for her wonderful session. Ma'am, your session on Sisterhood Unleashed, empowering women through shared challenges and cultures, enlightened and inspired us. Thank you for being virtually present with us. Now, I would like to express our wholehearted gratitude to our management who helped us tremendously. Reverend Dr. Sister Jessie Fernando, our principal, Reverend Dr. Sister Shibana, our secretary, Reverend Dr. Sister Kulandai Teres, our deputy principal, Reverend Sister Josephine Jairani, a director of self-supporting courses. Thank you, sisters, for your constant support and guidance throughout the national seminar. On behalf of our department and college, I would like to express our gratitude to all the faculties and students who have come from other colleges to participate in this national seminar. Thank you, dear faculties and students, for being with us from the beginning itself. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the online participants of our national seminar who joined us from the various corners. Thank you all for being with us virtually. Now, my sincerest thanks goes to our head of the department and our head of the department, Dr. Malini Absalam, and our faculties who tirelessly tried their best to make this a grand success. Thank you, dear teachers, for your team effort. I would also like to render our gratitude to our non-teaching staff, Mrs. Antoni Amal, for her help and support throughout the program. In this occasion, I would like to express our gratitude to Ms. Patricia Rumila, Assistant Professor of English, for her support in technical coverage. And our gratitude also goes to Loyalana and Anne Senna for their timely technical support. I use this opportunity to thank all the faculties and non-teaching staffs of our college who helped us in this venture. Last but not the least, our gratitude goes to our dear students, without whom it won't be a success. Thank you, dear students, for your constant support and your patient listening. Once again, thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. As we conclude this enlightening national seminar, on behalf of PG and Research Department of History, I would like to express my gratitude to all the speakers for sharing their immense knowledge and expertise with us. I appreciate all attendees for their active participation. I thank you all, dear professors and students, who are present here for paying your attention and learning. Also, I thank the non-teaching staff and technical support team. Thank you. Let us all stand up for the college anthem.
ഭയങ്കര പേഷ്യന്റ് ആണല്ലോ സ്റ്റുഡൻസ്. നമ്മുടെ സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് 12:30